I go live and he's immediately on top of the tower, fucking with every single wire. Because of course he is. Alright, we are live. It is Wednesday. It is Planet Zoo Day. Let's start loading this guy up. I hope your week's been alright so far. Hope everybody's hanging in there as best as you can. And we'll see how far we go. I did go through my animal list, and I went through the rest of the alphabet. See if I can get that to load while the rest of the zoo is loading. So, we don't have any YXVU animals. So, I mean, we'll see what we can make happen. My goal is to get the cassowaries in today. Alright, let's get this guy bumped into pause. Alright, we got some work zones done. Last time, I didn't get them all, so I still have to put in a keeper. And I'm in a educator. I think I've got these guys checking over here. It feels like we do. We have a cassowary sign that we have to build. We have to finish landscaping into here and to here roughly. And yeah, we just have a few things to deal with, and you know, get this cleaned up. I might put another either solar panel or turbine back here. Probably be a solar panel just to kind of cover this area. What if we really don't want to mess up that section after all that we went through to get that in there? Maybe I take out that. And maybe we can like pop that into there. And yeah, we'll clean that up a bit in a minute or so when we get back into this back area. Alright, cassowary mechanic. Alright, I'm gonna add that. Okay. So, let us indeed. we need to hire a keeper. And an educator. Now, do I want this educator? You know what? We'll have this educator triangulate between the centipede, the cockroaches, and the cassowary. How's that sound? I think we can make that work. Alright. You need a work zone here, so pass, scent, cockroach, fox. Alright, so you are going to be talking about this. I know there's no animal in it yet. We will be fixing that here shortly. That. Not gonna add that one just yet. I'll stick you there. And you know what? You can go there too. Okay. So I mean, if you're gonna be over here doing talks, we might as well do that. And you, my friend. You are going to have that, and that, and that. And this is going to be Cass Keeper. And I just realized I need to make an adjustment over here to Cassoway litter to include that building. Right, because where are they? You. Yeah, you are tagged for animal delivery. Okay, now we need to come into the Zoopedia. AS. Alright, we have more than enough room at the moment for 2 of these guys. We are going to take a male. Wow, 20 years old. It's a good thing we have death turned off. And oh, you're... How long do these guys live? That's a good question. Oh, okay, so they're like middle age. Alright, that's fine. Trading, and storage. Oh, hey. We...
Excuse me just a second.
Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Okay, so we need to send you to quarantine. So you know what that means. We need to come back into here. And we need to... is one vet enough? I'm gonna hire 2 just because I'm in here right now. Okay. And... boop, boop. 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 This is Cass Rock Vet. Right. Oh, these guys can also transport animals as well. Alright, you know what? Let me... edit that to include that. Okay. Okay, so I don't know where those guys are gonna end up. Okay, so hopefully they're here. So we have to let the game run for a minute. So that they can transport these guys to quarantine. I don't know where my vet staff is going though. Because they should be going to check on the others. Where are you going? You're just wandering. Are you both just wandering? Because I'm confused. Are you gonna go in? Or does it just automatically hold them for a certain amount of time? Well, we're just kind of chilling. Waiting for that to be finished. I don't want to get in the middle of starting something else until we are done with them, because if you leave them in quarantine too long, they can start to get upset. Alright, we got one ready to leave. Do we have to? Alrighty, so we're gonna pause that. Alrighty, these 2 death machines are gonna get moved into here. This is... so where... Okay, so we're gonna bring these guys in. As soon as they get in, we're gonna put them on a birth control. Because we certainly don't want a bunch of little ones to have to deal with. Okay. They are being gathered. Yes, it is. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, did we drop in? We did. Okay. Where's your friend? Where's your friend? There's the keeper, but where's the friend? Your friend is coming. I know you hate this. It's not ready for you yet. But that's why you're here. So we can get this ready for you. Okay. You, my friend. Obviously the habitat is not happy. Let's go ahead and we're gonna pause that. Modern Dinosaur Edition. Yeah, well, you know, we needed something. Alright, so... wait. Less short grass. Okay. We need more dirt. Of course we do. Oh, and sand. Okay. Alright. That is not... You know, I hope this is something that they fix in Zoo 2. Because this damn tooltip... Like, this is what a 6 actually looks like. That was not what it was showing when we first opened it. It just picks whatever it wants to do. Hoping that is something that eventually gets sorted when the new one comes out next year, hopefully. You're okay, a little stressed out because submitting your resume to a different florist shop and you really hope you get this job, but now you just want to chill with some fun Zoom time. Well, fingers crossed for you. And we're just gonna work on our zoo here. I'm still kind of mad that I couldn't get the gondola to work after all the work I put into it. I'm still a little mad about that, but you know what? It is what it is, and I'm encouraged and excited after seeing the survey that Frontier put out for Planet Zoo. Hopefully the stuff that was on that list of which you would like to see more or have more importance for you does come to be. So, because there was all kinds of neat stuff on that list. Oh, Automod caught it. I did not see that. Thank you. Did you report them, or did you just ban them?
Yep, reported them too.
Okay. They keep bouncing back and forth between cheap and best, and I'm like, really? You need Frontier to give you dinos? Well, that's what Jurassic Park is for.
Yeah, but I'd kind of like Frontier to do like real dinosaurs with a setting that's and a system that's a little closer to this, where it, you know, actually has building options.
So Jurassic World doesn't?
Jurassic World is mostly pre-mades and a random terrain tool.
Really?
Yeah, it's not as build happy.
That's kind of shitty. After they've come up with this and
also,
Planet Coaster.
Also, not scientifically accurate.
Really?
Jurassic Park was made before they realized that most dinosaurs had some kind of feather or proto-feather on them.
Huh.
So,
I haven't dabbled in them, so I don't
well, yeah, fair.
I don't know why they're bad and all that, but seeing
Not bad, just not accurate, and I'd like to see an actual accurate one.
but seeing the stuff on the list that was on the survey, I'm super excited. I hope we at least get some of it. Because there was, what's more important to you? More guest entertainment or staff vehicles? And I was like, staff vehicles? What is this? What's more important to you? Sorry, the husband just like bolted out the front door and I don't know why. And I'm really confused. Because we have the kitten loose and the kitten likes to run for the door. And I don't know where the kitten is. And now I'm like triply confused. What the fuck? What just happened? I'm so confused. Where did he go? Okay, give me 1 second. I don't have a phone, so I can't text him. I can Discord him and hope that he gets the message quickly. Discord can be a little laggy on his phone for how quickly the messages go through. What? I don't understand what just happened. But, yeah, I'm excited for Planet Zoo 2 to see what they do, because there was another option that said, what's more important to you? Staff vehicles or aquariums and aquatic animals? And I was like, oh. It was ticking all the boxes of stuff that I would like to see, so I hope we do get all of it to some degree. It will be interesting to see how they handle it. Seriously? We're only at 1% soil? That can't be right. Has it gone down at all? Oh, thank you for the follow. The Mingos, thank you as well. There we go. Just had to turn it up a little bit. So that's like way too much grass for them then. Okay. That's fine. Alright, so let's get some sand in here. So apparently we want some sand too. Hello, hello. Yeah, so I'm excited for Zoo 2 to come out. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. The kitten's loose. The kitten likes to start for the door. The husband bolted out the door with no explanation whatsoever. We live in my mother-in-law's house. Usually she's here, but she's been traveling with her sister in an RV. They are currently parked in the RV out back. Hold on. Sorry, I had to find out what the heck was going on. Nothing too major. She was just being silly about RV connections that husband had to quick go deal with. So we're okay. So yeah, no, I'm excited. We'll see if they actually deliver on what was in the survey. So, you know, we'll have to see.
I'm surprised you don't blend that more, to be honest.
All right, so how do you want me to blend it more?
You just change the intensity. Yeah, just soften the edges and shit. Hi, cow. No cow. You know, she doesn't like
Well,
that
I'm probably
much.
going to have enrichment laying here, so it's probably not going to be visible.
Well, still. I was just surprised.
So I'm going to have to come back in and readjust it.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, depending on how much of it covers up, they might get mad that now they don't have enough of this or that. And all that shenanigans. Planet Zoo 2 will be so cool based on how Jurassic Evolution 3 was improved on a lot of the mechanics. Yeah, like, I'm curious about the staff vehicles because I've never played their Jurassic games. And the husband's like, yeah, they've got staff vehicles that you can ride around in, or the staff rides around in. And I'm like, that's actually kind of awesome. It'll make the zoo feel a little more alive and, you know, give more meaning to staff parking lots that we fakely put in. Like, I started to do one here for security. I'm not done yet. I've made fake security vehicles out of in-game stuff that's already there. But, oh, okay, so we're marginally happy with that. Alright. Asia, Oceania. Alright, you know what? Before I do that, let's do
Enrichment first,
enrichment.
decor
yeah,
after.
Yeah, let's do enrichment first, because I don't know how long it's gonna, or how much space it's gonna take. Enrichment! Cassowary. Okay, because sometimes their stuff is kinda, yeah, like the forage box is kinda...
Now, you see, I didn't like the building mechanics in Jurassic World 1 and 2 because they were a lot less detail-orientated. You didn't quite have the editing power. But I haven't really looked at Jurassic World 3. So it might be better now. I don't know. I've always preferred the build system for Planet Zoo.
For Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster.
It would be nice to change size of rocks at least. I can understand plants in this game not being resizable, but definitely rocks.
Yeah, because I mean the plants kind of grow how they grow, I suppose. Maybe we put you there. 3 looks way better than the other 2. Interesting. Yeah, I've not dabbled in it at all, so I don't know those games. I've done a little bit of Planet Coaster 1. I had wanted to get Planet Coaster 2 at one point, but when it first came out, the reviews on it were a little meh, and I was like, really? But then they made some changes, and from what I understand, it's better now. Do I want this? Where would we put it? I mean, I have more than enough enrichment without it. Yeah, we can go with that.
I mean, I kind of wish they would do flowers with paintbrushes, like you can do trees and stuff in the other Jurassic World games.
What do you mean?
In the Jurassic World games, instead of placing plants individually, you can actually like use a brush to place them. So you just like you pick a forest and you paint the forest in, and it autofills the trees and whatnot.
Huh.
And I kind of wish they would do that for flowers. It could be a lot easier to deal with. And usually, if you're putting flowers into anything that isn't a animal terrain, it'll like you have to place all these individual pieces. I'd almost rather just paint it into place. But no idea if that's something they would do or not.
Hi, get off my chair, please. Thank you.
Your wish is granted. He's now at your microphone.
Meow. Where's your friend? Huh?
Off being trouble somewhere.
Where's Bean? I'm concerned because I don't know where Bean is.
Planet Coaster was interesting, but I think Planet Zoo gives something that it was missing, which is like a reason to decorate a certain way. For me, Planet Coaster is a little too wide open, and also I don't care about roller coasters, which doesn't help.
Yeah, I can't ride roller coasters, so I don't really care about them all that much. So, like, I don't really... I'm bad at building the coasters, so I just always use the pre-mades in that.
You know what I'm really hoping for?
What?
I'm hoping for more business management aspect.
Oh yeah, that was another option on that survey, wasn't it?
Because, I mean, you do sandbox, so it doesn't matter to you.
I mostly do sandbox.
Well, yes,
once in a while, I'll run a franchise, but...
But I like having more business simulation stuff involved. Just as an additional planning challenge and so on, but... As opposed to Planet Zoo, where for the most part, after you get past your initial 3 animals, you'll never have to worry about money again.
Why is it saying the enrichment's at 0?
Have you unpaused the game yet? That would be why.
I was so confused. Like, why? But, played roller coaster. Let's play roller coaster. Walking up and down the sidewalk.
The most exciting roller coaster you can before you deposit your people into the toaster.
Make a rolling toaster that you just roll up and down the sidewalk with, making sandwiches for people.
So basically, super villain simulator for my version, or for your vision, just another business simulator.
Well, you know, you gotta earn up that food truck money. Gotta get it somehow. Some of these plants, like, I know people are like, oh, we should have, like, the auto rotate on. Some of them are symmetrical, so that when you turn them, it doesn't look like you turned them. So, you know, there's that.
Sorry.
I will say placing every individual flower when you're doing large flower beds, like
that.
Well, no, that was a clumping. That wasn't each individual flower. But like.
Well, yeah, but it's still small clumps that you have to run over each other in order to actually fill the space.
Where's my over here? Like these were all tiny clumps of flowers, so I mean a brush for there would be helpful.
Wow.
So, for those that are new here, we are building a children's zoo with an alphabet theme. I don't know if anybody has seen the front half of the zoo. Let me get out of that. Maybe we can move a little bit further. Nope. Doesn't want us to move any faster. That's fine. Although I could probably... Is there a thing that takes me to the zoo entrance? I thought there was a shortcut, but I don't remember what it is.
I'm aware of. Like, I genuinely don't think there's a button to hit to take you to the entrance.
I thought there was menu shortcuts.
Unless, maybe if you go into the business settings and you go to the, I think, top page. And you go to the ticket price. I think when you click it, it might change it.
No, it doesn't take you over there.
No, done that?
Yeah. I've changed it before, not had it take me over. I thought there was a keyboard shortcut that takes you to the zoo entrance.
No, but I think shift speeds up your movement.
Does it?
I think.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Didn't realize
Really?
that. No, I did not realize that.
Really?
Yeah, I don't play with the keyboard all that much. Like, we're just floating along. So it's Tappy Feet's Children's Zoo. Tappy Feet is our flamingo mascot. Because he has the tappiest of feeties.
Yeah, I have the same problem with Zoo Tycoon, the original. Where it's a pain to get running, and it's not really the same anymore. As much as I enjoyed it.
I will say, there was something special about playing Zoo Tycoon 1 with all of its pixeliness, as you were putting in the different squares of biome ground cover, where you saw the little happy face go up above their heads, and then when you went one too far, the little red frowny face popped up. You're like, oh, undo. It was just, it made it so much faster and easier. I will say that. I do miss that aspect of it. So we've got some little garden things. We made some bus stop covers. We put like a custom wrap, I guess, on the buses. We made this whole front entrance, and ticket booths, and you know you're not supposed to be on my desk.
Yeah, I think he's going to be on your desk anyhow today. The person we're talking about is Cow, our cat.
One of
our cats, but the most persistent one.
I don't know. Bean's given him a run for that category.
Yeah, okay, but that's also a kitten. That could just be a kitten thing.
Yeah. We custom made our entrance and locked doors. Well, doors that could potentially lock when the park closes. And I tucked in some staff rooms here and here. And then you come out and we've got some ATMs here. Food court. I tried to theme the umbrellas on the tables to the different stands. All in through here. Got bathrooms. Back of the house back here. So we've got vet buildings and quarantine buildings and security offices. We've got...
As you can see, she is very focused on decor.
Yes, excuse me. Used a foster, and your favorite kitten was the most clingy, loud, persistent cat you've ever met in your life. Well, Cow can be a bit much at times, with how he decides to behave. But Mr. Bean, who was a recent foster that we ended up keeping, because his 2 apparent placements fell through, and we felt bad about it. He gives Cow a run for his money in hard-headedness, where you're trying to teach them, no, that's not acceptable, you can't mess with that, and he just keeps doubling down.
He's one of those cats that will pretend to give up just for you to turn your back and then go back to the trouble he was getting into.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll basically do that until we just manage to get him to give up for real, which is exceedingly rare. Even distractions like playing with him doesn't change anything.
Yeah. So this is all back of house back in there. We put in a restaurant. We called it the Swampgrass Cafe because we've got alligators over here. We'll get to that in a second. We custom built a little playground here. I would love to see them put in a usable playground for the kids. Or even the adults, you know, like a ropes course or something, just for something else to do in the zoo. Got a little gift shop row there. We made a little display window of stuff that you can buy on either end. So kind of pulling from some of the modular shop decor. We've made a few custom statues. So we've got an alligator out of like the conservation pieces, I believe. And I think that was from the Oceania pack. So we've got like A is for alligator. We've got A is for axolotl in the axolotl house. There's a jump scare warning here because we custom made an axolotl statue and it is the most hideous thing ever. But, you know, it's really hard to build statues with the art pieces in here that don't look hideous at times. It's very tricky. So we've got that going. And I have no idea where Mr. Bean is, and he's like a toddler. He's being much too quiet, and I'm worried he's in the trash or something in the kitchen. So yeah, we've got a little sunroof here and all of our axolotl tanks and all that. And then we've got A is for anteater out here. We custom made that statue as well. Still kind of proud of that. Oop. Oh, and they're actually out and visible at the moment. We also made a over here we made a hidden monorail that we have in shuttle mode that you can view the bear habitats, the bear caves, at ground level, or you can go up above and view them from up here. So this is what you see on the walkways up here, and then this is what you'll see at the monorail level. This tunnel took forever to get put in here. And like I said, I tried to do the gondola, but I got mad at it. I don't know why this went squiggly, but it was the only way it would let me put it in. And it's working now, and I'm not going to touch it, so that is just going to be squiggly. Hold on just a minute. Sorry. Somebody needed something. It's a busy household. This is the other end of the bear caves. And then this is just the other back entrance to the staff area back here. We've got a staff room here. We've got the keeper huts for the bears all back down in here. I had a space to fill. And I didn't know what to put here. So we made a fake storage warehouse with like extra equipment and things, like wheelbarrows and stuff, because I needed to put something in this space. That was just another staff room. And then because I had so much space to fill back here, we made a fake food storage warehouse. And I tried to make it look like refrigerated doorways, cubbies, frozen door cubbies, and so we just used one of the in-game jeeps, and I very poorly shoved a box on top of it to make it look like a box truck. Your love of habitat building spread into real life via aquariums. We did fish for a while, but they proved to be too much for us, at least for the time being. If it's the only thing I've got going on, then maybe if I can get like a tank worked out where I don't have to do as many water changes and stuff. Maybe we'll try it again someday, but the husband gets to pick the next critter down the road, and he wants a bearded dragon. That's not going to be for a few years. But you have one fish. Yeah, like I've done the betas before. I've done okay with them to a point. I have a beta that died under, well, I have a beta that vanished under mysterious circumstances. I had it in a honey goriyami. Huh. I had it in smaller, not like a cube, but you know, like what was it? It was was it like a 5-gallon tank? It was under, it might have been around 5 gallons. Tank, and he had his little filter and everything. I put him in there. I think I had him a day, maybe 2 days at the most. I got up in the morning and I couldn't find him. I'm like, where the fuck is he? Could not find him. I don't know if he somehow jumped out of the tank where the filter fed into it, or if one of the cats stuck their foot in there and pulled him out and ate him. Don't know if he jumped out and one of the dogs ate him. We could not find a body anywhere. There was no puddles of water anywhere. He was just gone. He just vanished into a black hole of nothingness. His name was Mead, and he shares his tank with a mystery snail and a lot of shrimp. Nice. I like the shrimpies. They're fun to watch. This is our butterfly
We never
houses.
managed to keep a shrimp alive for long. We don't know why, but...
Yeah. We tried. We certainly tried. And then this is just access to middle of the house, kind of. We've got some keeper huts and a staff room and stuff back in here. But I just kind of walled off. Technically back of the house, but technically visible. I do love these tables that they put in. They're adorable. And now we're back into this section where the gondola second station was supposed to go. But I had to scrap the gondola because I got mad. Oh, no, wait. We missed one. We've got the bat caves, too. And that's what this is over here. You've sworn off of all creatures that must be kept contained within a tank or cage. You have ADHD and object permanence issues, so yeah, I could see that. But, we have guinea pigs, too. They're just not in the room with us, or else they'd be, mouthing off every time one of us moved. Because that's what they do. They're technically my mom's guinea pigs. Technically. I forgot. We've got a couple more guys down here. So, we've got binturongs. Somewhere in here. Where are they? They're right there. We've got a little talk area to the side for them. And we've got a gift shop and a little tiny snacky station. That's some back of the house staff rooms and stuff that just kind of look like offices from there. And then we've got another bathroom, and we've put in B is for boar. And we got the wild boars hanging out over here. That looks like more wild boars than I had. Oh. Did I forget? Well, I haven't gotten any messages about anybody fighting, so maybe they're okay. So yeah, we've got those guys hanging out there. We put in a learning center. Just kind of has some of the educational stuff. Some signboards. And there's also a bathroom in here. And now we are back to putting in the cassowaries. Down over here. We started with 17. 2 passed away very quickly. From failed molts. Huh. If you end up with too many, your local fish store will take them and give me store credits. Oh, that's fun. We had a pleco we had to rehome. The one pet store took off our hands. Because we're like, he's gotten way too big for my tank.
To be clear, we thought we had sufficient tank space for him, but he grew larger than his species was supposed to get. So
Yeah.
either the species was misidentified, or turns out that was only an estimate about the upper levels.
Yeah.
So...
Because we had like a 30-gallon tank, and he got huge. It was before we got the 50-gallon later. It was wild. Like, he was getting so long he couldn't really turn around. And I'm like, what just happened? I usually can't keep shit alive and this thing's like taking off. What do I want to do here? We'll put you there. Oh, you're very big. I don't think I want you that big. Bengal. I think we need some other tree action here. I just don't know what. Well, I still have to put my water in. That's right. Where do I want to put the water? I think I'll put water up here. Some say small, but common plecos, which is most often sold ones, get to be like 2 feet long. Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, ours got huge. Much bigger than we were under the impression that they were supposed to get. And we're like, oh, this isn't... this isn't working. That's probably sticking through the wall. I'm gonna have to adjust that. Nowhere where I want to put you. Are you cooperating? Yeah, we'll just kind of make you the same colors as the walls. Are you really inaccessible? That's what I thought. Okay. Alright, so we got some food enrichment. We've got some... Yeah, we're working on the plants right now. We've got some, water. Let's see here. If I put you in this back corner, are you still accessible? Seems to be. Okay. I never know. Sometimes I think we're good and we're not good. Alright, so let's see here. Custard tree. Oh, we do have some fountain bamboo. I like the fountain bamboo. And its shrubbiness. Are you sticking through the wall, though? Not so much. Oh, that other tree's not really poking through there. Okay, so that's good. That's lovely. Those are too big. Oh, we've got a king fern. That looks prehistoric. Not where I want that though. That's gonna be trouble. Let me think about that. Silky oak tree. Oh. You can change staff uniform color. Yes, you can. If you go, you can click the staff member. No. Yeah, you can click the staff member and they'll have a paint wheel for the shirt and all. But then if you don't want to change it for every single staff member, you can go into zoo and staff uniforms, and you can change it per job. And then whoever you put in that job slot will automatically have that colored outfit. That came in... Was it during the summer? It's new, but not brand new. The game didn't launch with it, I'll put it that way. They added it. They added it in at one point. Alright, you still feel kinda empty in here. What do we got? Alright, we don't have a whole lot of... Oh, it's because we're up there. Oh. You like this, do you? I also like this, but it does take up some walking space. Guess you haven't played much in the last 4 to 5 months because of work. Well, I mean, unless you were actually actively following like every single update, I can see how it would be easy to miss it, honestly. Just because we've been actively playing. Well, I've been more actively playing than he has lately, but we've done some challenge zoos where we were playing with the same set of rules between us in franchise mode a few times, trying to see who can do what with it, and that sort of thing. And we've got some of those builds archived. I'm kind of sad we never finished our Oceania challenge, but husband got tired of playing. He couldn't figure out what to build and was at a loss, so he kind of was like, you win. So we didn't quite complete
sorry, without some
that challenge.
Without some of the business aspect, it wears thin for me, and we have been doing it for a while at that point.
Yeah, so we took a break from that. We were just buying packs as they came out without looking too much, since you wanted them for when you did have time, and you have more time with the holidays and extra time up. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see. Okay, so we still have some room here. Alright, I don't think... Oh, I need to sneeze. I don't think, elephant grass was an option. Got the bamboo. Yeah, no. Well, was it? No. Okay. So that's a 2-meter strip. So if I were to like put some of this like here. How much does that change our traversable? Does it? we're still pretty good there. Tomorrow you have a 13 plus hour shift and open the next morning. So I should be enjoying today. Jesus Christ. I remember those days.
Happy holidays!
You're so you're definitely retail.
Well, presumably retail. You never know.
Well, opening shift. Well, it could be food too. Or restaurant. I was doing 14-hour days at the craft store. That shit could go screw. Like, no, thank you. I hate it. Well, I liked working there when I was merchandising. I was not a big fan of some of my coworkers, though. Because some of them just took advantage so hard of certain situations. But I guess you're gonna, like, run into that no matter where you go. And then I couldn't figure out why some of them were able to get away with what they were getting away with until after I had quit and found out that they were basically untouchable because of what they did for the managers, like the store manager and stuff. And I was like, oh, so that's why you're still employed. Gotcha. Right. That makes a degree of sense. I'm not happy about it, but I can see why you're still here. Doesn't make my life any easier, though, because you're a pain in the ass to deal with, but... Fortunately, I didn't have to do those days all of the time. And the one day I did it because I was begged to by the store manager. Our HR person, who was also the owner of the company's daughter, came in because I worked in the flagship poster child store chain standard store. And the owner of the chain lived like a half hour away. And his daughter was the HR manager for that location. Yippee. And at one point she was married to the store manager, who then ended up getting promoted to district manager. And his replacement, they were real big on no overtime unless it was planned overtime. So like overtime happened the entire store throughout the entire chain for Black Friday weekend and for when they did a special sale. To be honest, that's kind of the reason you're trying to leave your current job. There's only 4 people total, including your boss and yourself. And I've worked different positions there. I've done merchandising, so ordering for a department, and then, you know, putting the freight up and stuff. I like that. I'm okay with that. what I didn't like was, I had to, I left that location and then came back to that location. And when I came back, my original spot had been filled. So then, I had the option of, the two in your department are you and then your boss. Oh, yeah. All the time. Because they don't want to deal with it. So you fucking deal with it. And, when I came back, the only spot open was front end, and I really did not want to be on front end, but I didn't have a choice. So I was like, alright. Let's figure this out. So they had me, learning the customer service desk, which I fucking hated. And, that was a lot. We had to answer phones by the third ring. We had to run sales reports on the hour. Somebody up there, one of the supervisors, had to do it. I worked closing shift usually, so it was me and a secondary supervisor. Where the fuck's the... Oh, it's on the... It's over here. And, you know, running returns and doing purchase orders and all that stupid shit. So, and dealing with, well, this is broken. Is it really broken? Did you break it and you just don't want to admit it? Like what's happening here? All that stuff. And I worked like 1:30 in the afternoon to close, which was supposed to be 9 p.m. But close wasn't actually close because we... Hang on, I need to go grab something off of another habitat because I didn't save the coloration for it. Oh, maybe I did save the coloration for it. I just want this piece. But the store closed at 9 technically, but then we had to straighten the store, run as many returns back to where they belonged as we could. Forgot I didn't want that attached to the other... Come on. No. And we had a lot of miners that worked in that store on the closing shift because they would come in at 5 o'clock. Well, because of labor laws, they were only allowed to work to a certain time. I think they had to be out by 10 o'clock. Or was it like 10:15 at the absolute latest or something? Well, during fourth quarter, the store didn't close till 10. So, we were rushing constantly to get it through the kids' heads. You're leaving before the rest of us? There are 3 adults on this shift that can be here after you leave. We have... How many? Did I save the did you know? I don't think I did. Hang on, I don't know if that's the right one. Let me sit you there for a minute. I've got to go grab something else real quick. We're like, you need to be cleaning. You need to be facing everything. You need to have the department as spotless as you possibly can. I am begging you. Because we are here after you leave until it's done. I've been here since 1:30 this afternoon. I want to go home before I murder someone. Please, I'm begging you. But that only worked so well because then we've got registers that had to be run. And when we needed these kids to run register, they weren't back in the departments cleaning. It was a fucking shit show. I'm like, who in their right mind decided that it was okay to have this many minors on one shift? Like, why? And the other shift was worse. I think the other shift only had 1 or 2 adults on it. And that being the store manager and the assistant manager and whoever was front-end supervisor. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'm sorry. There was a couple custom framers that were not minors. I'm like, who decided this was a good idea? So there were nights that we didn't get out of there until almost 11 o'clock at night. And of course, those were the nights that I was closing and had to be back in. I have a mirrored version of this. I made a mirrored version of this. Where did it go? I think it's down at the wild boars. I guess I just never saved it. If one exists, I'm not gonna fucking remake it. So just give me a second. Yeah, that also happened to me. So the one weekend, it was hella crazy. So it got to the point where when the HR lady wanted to go on vacation, they had trained a merchandiser that had been there forever to do the cash office. So she had been trained to count down all the registers, do the armored car deposits and all of that, and settle for the day. Not necessarily, she might have known how to settle for the week, but she definitely knew how to settle for the day. They trained me for that, which changed my hours on the weekends. So instead of working closing on the weekends, I was now working 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon on Saturday, and then 7:30 in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon on Sunday. So I got out of there a little bit early on the weekend because that shift, normally I would have been working 10 to 6 on Sunday. So I was fine with that. What I wasn't fine with was when one of the supervisors that was supposed to work Saturday night no called, no showed. She was supposed to be in at 1:30 in the afternoon. Nobody could find her. She didn't call. She didn't have a phone in her house. So if her cell phone wasn't working, she would use to date myself, the payphone in the park that she lived in. Like a mobile home park, if that was running. We had no idea where she was. We didn't know if she would just no called, no showed, if she was coming. It was just about time for me to leave. I had like a half an hour left in my shift. I lost the educator. Where are they? Is this them? Are they out here? That's them. Couldn't find her. Store manager comes up. It was him and his assistant. If there was no supervisor to run customer service, that meant the assistant manager was going to have to run customer service that night and deal with all of the breaks for the minors and everything. And depending on what shift they were working, sometimes, oh no, that's not right. They got a 45-minute break because they had a 30-minute break and they were required to have a 30-minute break, but some of the kids felt really bad when they were coming back from their break, seeing how slammed we were on the front end, those that ran register, and they were clocking in a minute early. And we were getting fined because they didn't take their full 30 minutes. So we had to start giving them a 45-minute break just in case they hit the time clock oddly. And it didn't count the full 30. So so the store manager came up to the front end and he goes, "Look," and I was running front end at the time that he came up there. He goes, "Have we heard from her?" And he was pissed. And I'm like, "You all tell me. I haven't spoken to her." I was like, "I don't know what to tell you." And he goes, "I cannot have so-and-so tied up on the register all night." Now, I didn't normally work Saturday night, so I wasn't as well acquainted with the Saturday night crew. Like, I knew some of them, but I didn't have, like, a grand relationship with all of them. Like, they were more used to the other supervisor than me. But I would see them occasionally on Sundays. He's like, "I need you to stay tonight." And I'm like, "No." He's like, no, I need you to stay tonight. I can't have the assistant on register all night with this crew." He goes, "They don't do anything. You have to constantly be checking the aisles or they're standing around talking." He goes, "And I don't want to be running around the store all night, riding their asses to be doing their jobs." I was like, "Oh, so you just want to sit in the office all night? Gotcha." No. And and he's like, "I'm begging you to work tonight or else we're never getting out of here." And I'm like, "I have plans tonight, sir. I have a life outside of my hours. I had a date tonight with my fiance. We were going to dinner." And I didn't know this at that time, but my husband got called, or my now husband, fiance at the time, got called into work. And I didn't know it. I thought we were still going to be going out to dinner. So I was like, "No." And he's like, "Please." I'm like, "Dude, I've got plans. I have been here since 7 o'clock this morning. I am done with this shit for the day." And I'm trying to ring up people. Customer service is a mess. And he's up there. We have this like little cubicle that's a register on each side. It was basically a little box with a swing door that we went in and out. It was like freestanding. It wasn't like in an alcove or anything where there were solid walls around us. You could walk all around our box that we had to be in. He comes into the box. He gets down on his knees and he's like, "I'm begging you to stay tonight. Please, I will give you whatever you want." I said, and I was like, "I'm not staying tomorrow." Or I had said something to him. I was like, "You owe me so bad for something." I was like, I couldn't figure it out. I was mad. I was so mad. I was like, you owe me." I said, I need another half hour for dinner. And I need a 15-minute break. And he goes, "That's fine." He goes, "Just let me know when you want to take it. Call up the other manager and he'll come out and he'll give you your dinner. When do you need to go by?" I'm like, "I kind of need to go like within the next half hour." He goes, "I'll send him up in a minute." I was like, "You owe me so bad." So I ended up working a double from 7 in the morning till, what time did we get out of there that night? Almost 10. And I had to be back in at 7:30 the next morning. I was exhausted, mentally and physically, because I was on my feet. I don't get to sit down. The only time I got to sit down was when I was in the office settling the registers. So I was pretty much on my feet from, say, 9:30, 10 till 10 that night, pretty much. My joints hurt so bad. I was like, I'm done. I came in the next morning and it was a different assistant manager. He goes, "What's with you?" I was like, "Don't talk to me. Just open the fucking door." I was like, "I had to be here all night." I was like, "So-and-so called out." Or no, they didn't even call out. They're just missing. They didn't call. They didn't show. He's like, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah." I said, "I don't know if they're going to show up today. Good luck." And I went back in the office and started to do my shit. And I was supposed to do the damages. Like, once at the end of the week, we have a list of stuff that's broken, came back broken, was bought broken and didn't realize it. You know, something fell off the shelf. So we had a whole list of shit that I needed to write up. I had to scan it, get the prices, write the list up and back in the office. That's what I did on Sundays because she was there and I had the time to do it. Australia. So Oceania. Sorry, I was in here for a reason. I got distracted. So I'm in the office and I'm going through my checklist of shit that I need to do. And the assistant unlocked the back office that I was in because you needed keys to get in and out of that particular office, and I didn't have the keys. They had to let me in, and I usually had them open the safe. I had the safe combination, but I felt better with them opening it because I was terrible and I flipped numbers around all the time. It was just faster for them to open the safe. And I didn't particularly like knowing the safe combo. So he got me settled in, and I'm working on stuff. He came back to verify the deposits, and he goes, "Where's so-and-so? Have you heard from her?" I'm like, "No." I was like, "She did this yesterday." So he was pissed off. So he had to take the register tills up front, and he had to start putting them into the registers and bringing them online for the morning, for the day. We didn't do drawer per person per se. It was, you were assigned to this register. The till was already in the drawer. That's your register for the day. Stay on that register. We just didn't really have any extra tills to go around, and it was a little bit safer because the office was pretty far from the checkout. But so he's up there, and I'm in the back office locked in this tiny closet. It's like a walk-in closet of an office. Barely enough room to turn around in. And I'm sitting there, and I was finishing up something. I don't remember what I was finishing up. And all of the sudden, the locked door slammed open and scared the fucking shit out of me. And I was like, "What the I'm like, "Excuse me." And it was the office manager. Our HR person, the owner of the chain's daughter, comes fuming, storming in there. And she starts screaming at me. She's like, "You are to leave the second you are done." And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, what, why are we angry? I'm like, "Why are we angry?" They're like, "We can't have overtime and you stayed last night." I was like, "Whoa, stop. Don't be screaming at me." I was like, "I didn't stay because I felt like it. Go talk to so-and-so, your store manager, because they're the one that was on their knees begging me to stay last night. It's on the cameras." Because we have a camera that watches our cubicle up there. I said, "Go check them." And she's like, "Oh, he's on my list next." And I was like, "Oh, shit." I was like, "Okay." And she didn't even ask why I stayed that night. She's just like, "You're out of here the second you're done." I was like, "Okay." I was mad. I was like, "See, I didn't want to stay last night, and I fucking stay, and now I'm in fucking trouble." And I was mad. Now I'm pissed off, right? And she slammed the door back closed, and I'm like, now I'm rattled. My hands are shaking. I'm trying to finish what the hell I'm doing. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I get done what I needed to get done. And I could hear her yelling at him in the other side of the office, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. He was mad, and I was like, number one, if we're that dependent that we need certain employees to be here, that we can't have overtime if they happen to be ill, then we're not running things right. There needs to be a buffer. Because shit happens. People get sick. Cars break down. Like, if you can't afford any ounce of overtime whatsoever, that your budget for the store for the week is that fucked, you need to reevaluate what you're doing. Because shit happens. And I'm like, wow. And I'm like, so you have one of the most unreliable employees working this shift. And I'm sorry, she did this all the time. Like, this was not a surprise. She's been late like crazy before. She has no called, no showed several times. So many times that a normal employee would have long since been let go. And I'm like, okay. I found out later after I left that the only reason she was still working there was because she was the store snitch and tattled to HR and the store manager about all of the gossip that the miners were saying, or what was going on with all of them. If somebody was doing something they weren't supposed to be, or what have you. And I was like, oh, so that's how she was still employed. Okay. I was like, that's lovely. So she got away with absolute murder in there. And it was just wild. I'm like, she's the most unreliable person here. She's probably making more than I am doing the cash office because she's been here so long. And yet, you're gonna give me shit when I was begged to stay? I'm like, no, 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 no. What we're not doing is that. I was livid. I was like, fuck this. So she was still missing when I clocked out. I think I clocked out at like 11 a.m., 10:30, something like that. And now, mind you, I'm mad because I took the bus in. So now I don't know what, I knew when my bus going home came, and I knew, no, I think I'd been dropped off that morning, but I had to take the bus home. So I knew what time my normal bus came, and I didn't know what time this bus was going to come. So I'm like, fuck, so now I have to stand out here and wait for whenever the hell this bus is going to show up. And I'm walking up front, right? And I saw the store manager, and he was not happy. I'm like, right, see ya. And he was like, I was like, thanks for getting me in trouble. He goes, I got in trouble too. He was mad. Like, you could tell he thought that this was also fucking ridiculous. But, what's he gonna do, right? I guess he could have, you know, been like, what did you want me to do? So-and-so didn't show up. I guess she wanted him to just fucking deal with it, but I was mad. I was real mad. I was like, yeah, don't ask me for nothing again. I was pissed. So I get up front, and I'm on my way out the door, and the assistant manager was on customer service. And he looked at me, and he saw me, and he yelled, whoa, where are you going? I was like, home. I was told to leave. Have a good day. And he's like, what? And he was pissed now, and I'm like, yeah, maybe y'all need to reevaluate who you've got working this other shift with me, who's supposed to be here till closing. This isn't my problem anymore. Bye. I was pissed. I was like, I do you fuckers a favor, and then you are gonna stand there and scream at me for doing you a favor. Okay, I'm not doing anyone any more favors. I don't fucking think so. I'm done. I'm like, I'm not gonna be screamed at after being begged to stay. Like, no. What we're not doing is that. That's, no. I was like, you know what? Y'all can just fucking take a hike. I ended up leaving that job. I had to... The final straw with them was, looking to buying a used tiny home. Oh, we want one, but then you have to pay the lot rent around here, which pisses me off. I'm like, but I bought the house. Because a lot of the areas around here, you have to have like a minimum square footage. And the tiny houses aren't large enough to just put it on your own land. I will say, if you are going your own land route, make sure that you've got utility hookups beforehand that are like on the property already run, if you're trying to put it on property you already have, because it can run you close to 40 grand trying to get water, sewer, and electric put in if it's not already there. Parents are looking to buying a house with a few acres. Oh, so you don't put it on that property? I mean, as an outbuilding, you can get away with it, but as the sole building, well, most areas you can get away with it, but as the sole building, definitely look into your building codes, because that was the one thing that tripped us up from going further into that route. It's still kind of an option for us, for where we might move to eventually, depending on what the minimum square footage is, and if the property parcel has the utilities already there. Let's see. You found a cute yellow one you're kind of in love with, but it's really tiny. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing you gotta... Whoop. That's what I wanted. Oh, wait. Haha. Doing it wrong. Doing it wrong. This is how I wanted to do it. There we go. So that way I'm kind of straight. Kind of. But, the final straw with that company, they decided that because I fucked up the lease on the front end, that I was their head front end supervisor. No pay increase. I'm like, really? Okay. Sure. Then we were also a training store. So that meant that anybody that was training to be in management, like any assistant managers that had joined the company that were being trained for their position, had to come through us. We were one of them. I think there was maybe 2 to 3. Because if they had tried to talk me into going into management at one point, after I think I had only been merchandising for like 6 months, but I was gonna have to go to North Carolina to train in their stores, in one of their stores down there. And I'm like, but why can't I? Something about, because this was the store I started in, I couldn't train there or something. It was bizarre. I'm like, or maybe that's the location I was going to end up in. I was like, right. No, I'm good. I've seen what these assistant managers go through. No thanks. I'm not working 80 hours a week during 4th quarter. I'm good. Thanks. If I'm working that many hours, I'm getting overtime, and they were salaried, so they didn't get overtime. So I'm like, no, I'm good. If I'm working, you're paying me. And I don't know how much they made a year at that time. But I'm like, I'm good. So these assistant managers had to be trained how to do the front end. Something happened. And I don't know what. But something happened. And I can tell you something happened. Because I came in the one day, and training managers in that store was nothing new. We had a rotating list of assistant managers that had come and gone pretty periodically, like every couple of months. The one day I came in, HR office manager's like, hey, I need to talk to you. And I'm like thinking, fuck, what did I do, you know? automatically I'm like, what did I do? I don't remember fucking up anything. I'm like, shit. What did I misunderstand? You know, so I'm like having a mini meltdown. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do? I don't think there was any problems last night. And she goes, from now on, you are going to be the only front-end supervisor that is allowed to train the assistant managers on the front end. And I kind of stopped and I looked at her. I'm like, what? She goes, you're the only one that's allowed to train the assistant managers on the front end and how to do the customer service desk. And I was real confused as I was like, really? And she goes, yes. Like, she was like dead serious. And I'm like, does this come with a pay increase? And she goes, no. And I kind of stepped back and I'm looking at, I'm like, the fuck? So now I have to deal with these people. Not all of them were like this, but we had a few that felt learning the front end was beneath them and that they had more important things that they had to do to get through out on the floor. And I'm like, I understand that your ass is probably being ridden pretty hard about getting X, Y, and Z done. But I'm only here certain days and certain hours. If they want your ass up here for the amount of time that the two of us are in this building together, learning the front end, then your ass better be up here. I couldn't say that to them, of course, but I'm like, uh-huh. And I was like, somebody fucked up. And I had a feeling who might have fucked up something. But I had no proof. And I was like, okay, because I spent quite a great deal of time at night where some nights 2/3 of my transactions were fixing receipts that had come through earlier in the day with a different front-end supervisor. And I'm like, huh, okay. So then I have to sit there and make heads or tails of whether or not they took this kid's birthday coupon off. And I'm like, I see it was applied, then it was voided, then it was reapplied, but it looks like it was voided again and never put back on, and then a coupon was taken off, and I don't see where it was put back on. I'm like sitting there with trying to make heads and tails of our receipts. I'm like, yeah, I think she did something stupid. And I'm like, you're not gonna... I'm the only one that's allowed to train these people now for this thing. But are these all crooked? This one feels crooked. But you're not gonna pay me more? Y'all, I was doing the cash office. I was technically now their head front-end supervisor, and now the only one that was allowed to train the managers that were in training coming through our store. I was making $9.50 an hour. That was some bullshit. For everything that I had to go through. The only issue I had was that you didn't seem to have a fridge, but otherwise it was good and only 22k. I mean, I could probably find a fridge. Maybe like an RV fridge or something. It would have to be a specialty fridge, which I don't know how much it would be, but 22 is not bad at all. Is it like solar panel or is it like electric hookup? And you're looking at that. And then, you know, you have to take into account of, are you willing to downsize that much? Or are you going to have a non-leaky storage shed? I am looking for Is that the one I want? No, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. No. There's a thin version of it. That's it. So this is going to be our post. I felt so taken advantage of, and I'm just like, why? Why is it that you want me doing all of this, but I'm only making $9.50 an hour? Something doesn't seem right about this. And we had no insurance at that location. It wasn't an option, I think, unless you were assistant management or higher. I was like, this is some bullshit. So I got mad. And my dad worked at one of the casinos in Atlantic City. So his department was had an opening. So there's another one for $27.5, but it has 2 lofts and a bedroom. So you got some more storage in that. I mean, even if you only use the lofts for storage, that's still a little bit more room to work with. It might be worth it. It might be worth it to have a little more space. Maybe one loft you can turn into storage and the other one like an extra bed, or you can put your bed up there and use the bedroom as like an office space or something. That's what we were thinking of doing. Trying to figure out my height. It's not too bad. Okay. So I need to make you guys a centipede base. And then we kind of need to turn you. And you want space for your PC setup. So yeah, I mean, if you can deal with crawling on top of your bed, depending on how much height room you have in the loft, which is probably like knee to head amount of height in there, maybe. Like if you can handle that with like making your bed and like wrestling with the sheets to get them on and off and stuff, and you don't think you'll slam your head into the ceiling, that might be a better way to go. Then you have room for PC setups below you.
You can also get reasonably lengthy extension cords, so there's always the option of putting the PC somewhere a little bit further away.
Well, in the tiny house, just so that they had space.
Ah, you can always, like, put brackets on a wall and mount it there.
Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty short? Okay, well that's helpful. But, I ended up going I ended up applying for the casino position, right? Let's duplicate that. I'd never done anything in regards to that before. It was basically like office work I had to do and data entry, and I had to take applications for house lines of credit, essentially. And so I had to do I had to talk to banks and other casinos to get information and stuff. About like bank balances, you know, is this actually an open account, you know, that kind of shit. So still very much a public facing position. And when I was talking to the person interviewing me, they're like, well, you've never done this before, so starting out with no experience, we wouldn't be able to give you $9.50. We'd have to cut you back to $9 to start. But you know, after evaluation raises and stuff, you know, you should be able to get that back. No, what the fuck? No. You should be able to get that back pretty quickly. And I was like, okay. But they had insurance. And I was like, okay. It's like, you know what? Fine. We'll do it, because I'm sick of working at this place. Oh, you know what? Whole thing's crooked. The whole thing's crooked. 5-1 to be exact. I mean, that might not be so bad. I'm not sure how tall I am. Oh, god damn it. I'm somewhere, I think I'm like between 5'2" and 5'4", somewhere around in there. I'm just not entirely certain for sure. But, we don't really make our bed. We have, we both tend to steal each other's blankets. So, really? Why are, oh, okay. Like, why are you being dumb? So, because we keep stealing blankets from each other, we have our own blankets now. It was, oh my. This is just... What? Oh, no. See? We didn't get the first letter straight, so now the rest of it is just wrong, right? I'm just gonna start over, because these aren't right either. We're just... No, I don't want to click that. We'll just start over. I need a level... I mean, I guess this is kind of straight up here. Where... Is he locked up?
He is. We'll go see some other stuff.
Okay. But, to get that job, I had to apply for a casino license. Which, meant that I had to do, background checks with the state. So that they could figure out if, I was... There's got to be something straighter here that I can use. mean, I guess if I use this particular seam here, and I, like, stay on that seam. Okay, we will try to work from that. So, me fully getting the job was hinged on me getting approved for this license. So, on paper, it was a done deal. I just had to do the application. So I applied for the license, and that was a whole fiasco. You had to give them like a whole book history of you, like certain family members deep, like 3 or 4 levels of family, and anything that they may or may not have done, and you know, any arrests or anything that they may have had, and you needed like the X number of references that weren't family members, and oh, it was a whole thing. Like, you had to give them like bank statements and like credit reports and everything. Is he loose or no?
Yeah, that's alright.
C is 4. Like, I need to know if he's loose so I know whether or not to keep an eye on the door if you're going out the door, sir. The cat has gotten out on us. This particular cat got out on my mom, so we try to keep an eye on him, and whenever my mom goes out, he can't be loose. He needs to be in a bedroom with a door shut, so he can't dart out the door on her. But so I applied, right? You know how some jobs say, oh yeah, well, we're gonna check your references and all. They wanted my current employment listed on the application for the license. They actually called to verify my employment. I know this for a fact because, and I know what day they did it, because when I came into work for my shift, I wasn't even clocked in yet. And the HR office manager, I was just walking to where our lockers were in our break room, and she's like, when were you gonna tell me you're getting another job? I was like, the fuck? And I looked at her and I'm like, what? She's like, why didn't you tell me? When were you gonna tell me? And I'm like, and I'm looking at her and I'm like, the fuck crawled up your ass? And I was like, I don't have another job yet. I applied for a license to see about maybe getting a different job. But if my license is denied, then I'm not going anywhere. So I was waiting to find out if my license got approved. Because there's a lot of red tape you have to go through to get the level of license that I was going to need. And why should I upset everybody that I'm applying for this license in case I don't get it? What if I get denied? And then I'm stuck here. And then having to deal with everybody being nasty to me because I dared to think about getting a job somewhere else, but then couldn't leave because it turned out that wasn't going to work out. You know, I was like, the fuck? CASSOWA. So I was real confused. And I just kind of looked at her. She goes, they called here checking your employment. And I was like, oh. I just kind of shrugged my shoulders at her. I said, well, I don't have another job yet. I was like, I applied for a license. If it doesn't get approved, then I'm not going anywhere. So, I mean, I don't know why everybody has such anger management issues in this building. But I really don't want to be a part of it now. I think the real reason was that she was pissed because of all of the shit that she kept laying on top of me to do. And was going to lose that. And I'm like, I need benefits. And I'm not going to get them in this position. I'm getting older. I gotta start looking out for me. What was wrong?
Nothing. I saw my mother messing with the power, turning it back on. They dumped without using the water, so...
Well, I imagine they still have water.
Yep.
So,
my mother will have to borrow my car to go to the doctor's office because my aunt has to go to my other aunt at the same time. So...
one second. Alright, sorry, I'll be 1 second. Stupid family shit is going on. But, I'm holding the cat for a second. I'm still right here. But, it was just craziness in there. And then, by the time I left the casino, I think I was making $11.40 an hour. I don't think it was more than that. Might have been 4. Part of me thinks it was 14, but I'm not certain. 11 sounds more right, but I got laid off from them for 6 months. Apparently, my they were having to do layoffs across the board, and I guess the director of the department I was in had put in a couple of names that he was okay, that he approved for people to be laid off. And then I was laid off, and he personally called me, and he was like in tears. And he's like, I'm so sorry. He goes, I did not approve this. This came from above me, but you know, they've decided they're laying you off. And I was like, oh. So I was blindsided and I had bills to pay. And he's like, look, you weren't supposed to be laid off. He goes, I did not want you laid off. You were not approved to be laid off, but they laid you off above me. He goes, I am fighting to get your job back. And he's like, go ahead and file for unemployment. He's like, don't apply to any other jobs right now. He's like, I'm going to get your job back. I'm going to do everything I can. No, don't be... No. Hang on, I gotta deal with the cat. That's okay. I'll just lock him out till he comes back. That's being weird about being held. Doesn't like to be held very much. But, yeah, I can't remember if it was 11 or 14 an hour. But things started to get stupid there when I left, too, so... There was, like, no real... win there, either. Because the department I was in, because of all of the, red tape and all, with state regulations and everything. If I did the paperwork on a file, I could not make a decision on a file. And the same, like, so, like, the executives, so the step above me, if they did the paperwork on it, they couldn't make an approval or denied decision on it. Us grunts in the back, the clerks, we were the ones that had to run all the paperwork. And we handed it off to the executives. Well, they tried to talk me into going for a key license, which was a big step above mine. But that license cost $1,200 for a year. Was it a year or was it 3 years? I don't know. It was a couple of years, I think. I didn't end up doing it, so I don't know for sure. But that was a lot of money, and I'm like, fucking hell. I was like, I don't have that kind of money. But apparently the casino would front the cost of it, or front the cost of half of it. But you had to agree to work there X number of years. And I was like, oh, well, I don't know what life is going to throw at us in that amount of time. And I think if you left, then you had to immediately give them the cost of the license. And I was like, that's a lot of money. And then I was going to have to be at the front desk instead of in the back. And then I was going to have nice dressy clothes. Like, how to put this? I would need like some blazers or pantsuits and stuff that I did not have. Because in the back, you wore a uniform. The executives wore professional clothes. And I'm like, ugh, I don't have anything like that. Like, I'm in a uniform, and I was only going to be doing it part-time, so some days I'd be sitting on the desk, and other days I would be, in the back, and I'm like, okay, but I would only get the pay for being on the front desk the days I was up there. So I was going to be in a dual rate position where, depending on where I was, that determined how much I was getting paid. And I'm like, I don't know about this. This sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Like, this sounds like more bullshit than I really want to deal with. So I decided not to do that, and I'm glad I did. Because part of me is like, well, am I wasting an opportunity here? Like, I don't know. But it turned out that they were trying to get away with staff cuts as much as they could. But in order for table games to be running, we had to be in the building, it seemed. So it was interesting. And that's kind of crooked still. And I don't want to grab everything. Like, is it crooked? Yeah, it would have to be crooked because the words themselves were all flat against the ground, so. Like, I didn't mind the data entry aspects of the job, but I absolutely hated dealing with the banks. Whoop. Because, and rightly so, like, the banks had their own security measures, you know, for customer protection, and that's fine. You know, I understand that. Customers need that. It just made our job hella hard to get what we needed, because then the banks didn't want to talk to us. And we had to jump through so many hoops with drunk people on Saturday nights. It was awful in that respect. Trying, like, some banks are like the third party could be on the phone. Some banks were okay with us being on the phone with the customer, but the customer had to be the one to ask the question of the bank representative. We weren't allowed to ask the bank representative anything, even if the customer verbally gave their consent on the line and stayed on the line. So we would either have to ask the customer, can you ask your bank representative what your current bank balance is? Can you ask them if your a bank account has been open for more than X amount of time? Like, it was ridiculous. But then there were other banks that would not talk to the customer if we were on the phone, but we had to verbally hear it. So we would have to give the customer a list of the questions that they had to ask in a noisy, loud casino, because our office wasn't soundproof or sequestered or anything. We were right off the edge of the casino floor. That they would have to ask their bank while we were on the phone to hear the answers. Because some banks wouldn't talk if we were on the phone at all. And I'm like, there were so many things that we had to do. Oh, I'm just like, why couldn't you have just set this up ahead of time if you knew you were coming down? Like, why? Why we gotta do this? This seems silly. And it was fairly silly. At least it felt like it at times. But right before I ended up leaving, they're like, yeah, so they want the executives' hours reduced. So I worked at the graveyard shift, so I was there from midnight to 8 a.m. So this was going to affect me. And they're like, yeah, so instead of coming in at 4 a.m., they want this person to now come in at 6 a.m. And I just kind of sat there and I looked at, I'm like, what? I was like, how exactly is that gonna work with the way the regulations are? And they're like, well, you'll have to call the director and wake him up out of a sound sleep if you need something until the other person gets here at 6 a.m. And I just kind of looked at them. I'm like, the fuck did you just say? I was like, you know our director takes sleeping pills, right? They have a hell of a time waking him up on a Saturday night when he goes to bed. And that's the executives that are used to dealing with him. And I'm like, you want me to what now? I was like, how about no? And I was not a fan of this. And that particular exec that I dealt with the most at that time of the day, who ended up working that shift a lot, I think he knew I was not a fan of this, because he would still get up as if he was coming in at 4 a.m. and he would call in and he's like, hey, is everything okay? Do you need me to come in early? Is everything cool? He's like, I'll be there in like an hour. So if something happens, you know, either call me back or stall. And I'm like, okay. So he was okay. But then I had a couple of other ones that were like, oh, I get to sleep, you know, past a certain time and I don't have to be there till like 6. Cool. See ya. I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, it's not happy. For me. Because I'm not comfortable with this, because some of the high rollers that we had could be real fucking assholes. And I'm sorry, I don't care how much money you have, you don't need to be a dick to people working in the service industry. Like, especially when you want something from them. Like, I don't understand how you can be such an asshole when you need somebody to provide a service that you otherwise can't make happen without them. And I'm just like, what now? I was like, you're a smart one. But, you know, X million dollar credit lines and the casinos falling all over themselves to make shit happen. Well, some people that work there are trying to make shit happen. And I'm like, the dude's tapped out. He's very much tapped out. Like, he needs to go to bed because he's gonna have to talk to somebody. Or he needs to go to breakfast or something. Like, he needs to chill for a little bit. Because what he wants to have happen here, I can't do. Like, we had one high roller in there one time. Such a gem of a human being. Just a gem. He was drunk. He was maxed out around town. And he wanted more money. But they couldn't really give him... That's too big. More money. At that moment. That's still too big. Without doing certain things that were way above my, like, I couldn't even make the decision. And the executive that I was with that morning could not make the decision either. That decision had to come from above her. Except they were having trouble waking up the person whom the decision had to come from. And she really didn't want to push the issue because she didn't think he was going to get it anyway. She didn't really think he should have it either, the way he was acting. And She kept trying to talk him into going to breakfast. Why don't you go get some coffee? You know, essentially trying to get this guy to sober up a bit. And he wasn't really having it. He wanted his money, and he wanted it now. And he was getting real belligerent. And raised voices were starting to happen. She stalled him for like an hour. But, and she was telling him, she's like, look, I can't get a hold of who I need. He's asleep. I'll keep trying. And I can call you as soon as I've heard from him. And that wasn't good enough. And dude was losing his mind. I don't feel like doing mulch in here, so I'm just gonna do dirt. And he ended up cursing her out. And then cursed her mother out. And then she couldn't hold her tongue anymore and started cursing him out back, which is a huge no. That we're not allowed to do. And he ended up getting her fired because of his credit line. And then the guy declared bankruptcy 2 weeks later. I'm like, really? That's great. So she lost her job for nothing. And she had worked at that casino a long time, like 20 years or so. I was just like, wow. Like, well, that was totally worth it. Alright, so I'm just kind of working some sand into here. I want to come back into here. So this is the fountain bamboo, and it is a 4-meter strip of it. I just kind of want to sink in back behind in here. Just kind of makes it feel like a little more jungly, I think. Or who knows, maybe I'm full of shit. You know who has some really great, if you're still here? Confused panda. Confused red panda. I don't know if you know of the YouTube channel or not. But, is that the really? That's a strip? There's a channel called Recreational Resort Cottages. They're kind of pricey, but they're fun to look at for park model tiny homes. They're on YouTube. Like I said, they can be pretty pricey, like 80,000 to 100,000, but some of them are pretty nice. You know, just to, if you want to like see them to just kind of get an idea of what you might want. They're not too bad. I mean, to look at. I can get you the link real quick if you want me to. I'm totally not affiliated with them whatsoever. It's just one that I have watched from time to time. They had a new one come out. A new video come out. For a new model that they were showcasing. But I didn't get the chance to watch it yet. There it is. Let's see. It's this one. Grab the link for it. And paste. So they've got some interesting things there. Like, a couple models are more reasonable than others price-wise, but, you know, they will deliver within a certain mileage for free, and then you have to pay after that. But there's people that have ordered from them that have had stuff delivered, like, to different states and stuff. So if you're even in the States. I think you said you were. Maybe. I don't know. I might have missed that. But that is the link to them. Do we have a smaller one of these? Like, I don't think we do. I think this is the smallest one. Like, I would love to see this in a strip. Sorry, I locked the husband out because I didn't know where the kitten was, and I didn't want to put the kitten back into the bedroom, and he's like, it's fine, and I'm like, yeah, but now I have to kind of keep an eye on where you are, and if you're coming up to the door, so I can know where the kitten is. So, it might be fine for you, but it's not fine for me. So, maybe... that's gonna be kind of like overflowing that a bit.
Is he loose still?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I did that, so you couldn't walk in.
Yeah.
What's with all the stakes?
The reason I was out there so long is that I was leaving the hose on. We had the hose connected to one of her hoses that has an individual turn off. So I left the water on for a minute to keep the pressure up to help unkink the hose. So that's what took me so long.
We're gonna turn that off, though.
I already did. I turned it off and disconnected and put the thing back on. Just
Okay, because it's supposed to, I think, dip down back to 28 or something tomorrow night.
No, I covered ass and got that covered.
Okay. No, he was being weird about being held, and
I told you, just leave it be. Again, we have to put him up with your mother because she's slow, but trust me, he didn't jump out when I left. He's not going to act fast enough to be a huge problem with just me going out.
I don't know where he is right now.
Yeah, Come here.
Alright, do we want, I kind of want a tree fern in there. Alright, that looks suitably jungly, I think. I might have to raise this one up a little bit. So, we've got that in. We've got these guys. How are you guys feeling? I mean, you seem a little empty in here, but if I put too much coverage in, then, then they can't walk. Because they don't always, like, some of these plants take up ground coverage. I think we're okay, though. Alright, now. Oh, right, we're not quite done on this other side. Right. Let me grab you. And I'm gonna pop you right there. And then we'll take... No. Yeah. We'll take this guy. And I want to kind of layer you in back in here. And I'm okay if some of this like bleeds through the wall. Like, that's fine. Like, that's more than fine. Now, I haven't capped off this section yet, because I don't know where that cap off is going to happen yet. So that's kind of purposely like that at the moment. Kind of depends on which way the walkway is going to go. Because my new plan is to try to fit a boat ride in there for the crocodiles. That I haven't mapped out where they're going yet. So that'll be interesting. See, that is not the same size as a 1. We just moved that to a 3. So I don't know why this thing is quite so buggy all the time with the size and the number. I hope that's something that gets dealt with on Planet Zoo 2. One can hope, right? Okay, we need to do a lighting pass as well. You, my friend, are gonna come on over into here. Because we need a little bit more greenery. All up in here. Or at least I feel like we do. Alright. Alright, that feels proper, creepy, and all that for there. Okay. So, now, we did a lighting pass on the food court last time. So I'm not so worried about that. However, we need to do a lighting pass over here. So, you I can remove. Where's my, okay, here's my lighting gear. Alright, friends, you're gonna come with me. And you're gonna hang out like right here. Alright, so if you're sensitive to light flashes and all that, I'm going to flip this into night mode. It'll be like one flash. It's not too bad, but I don't know, depending on your sensitivity, it might be a lot. Going from nighttime to day is worse for me, but than daytime to nighttime. But if you are sensitive to that, you're gonna want to look away in a 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are now in night mode. Flashy, flashy, done. Like, it's not like a strobe light flashy, it's just like a quick... little, flash into darkness. And now... we need to get our... lighting sorted. So I'm using the little solar light that they've got that doesn't actually seem to be solar, because I've put it in dark places before and been just fine with it. Not like the solar panel where it will bitch you out if there is too much coverage over top of it. I have not had that happen with this guy. Over here's not too bad. So we've got the lights coming off that staff path gateway that we built. Okay, now it is very dark under here. So how do we want to handle that? We are going to invert this guy. Okay. Do I want it on every or do I want it on every other? Like, I don't want to overkill this. Whoop. Wrong one. Alright. You know what? Yeah, every other should be okay enough. Under here? Well, I don't know if I have enough to do every other, so let me do it this way. And then you go there. It's like, that would be awkward if I get to the end and it's like, ooh, hello, where are we? How did I get all the way over here? Oh my goodness, this bug still exists. That just threw me right out of the park. Entirely. Out of the boundaries, you name it. Okay. This one. So if we went every other... Okay, yeah, that's... Alright, that's not so bad. You can see walking through there. Okay. I mean, this one doesn't have any uplighting on it, though. But then again, neither does that one. Yeah, it's probably be fine. So, our lamp post. What do we want to do with you? Nope, that's not what I wanted to do with you. That's not what I wanted to do with you at all. Okay. So when I'm using these little circle guys, I like to try to center it. So do we want to do a matching one there? I mean, that kind of works. It kind of, sort of. Does the job. Okay, so how do I want to do that? Yeah, that's not too bad. I think I can live with that. Alright. Now, I still haven't dealt with the backstage area back there yet fully. We'll get there eventually. Alright, let me throw this back into day mode. So this flash might be a little bit harsher. It won't strobe or anything, but there will be a flash. So we're going to do that. And you might want to look away in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, going from dark to light always bothers me a little bit more than light to dark. Okay. So that section's done there. Oh, where are we running to? Where are we going? Oh, we're heading to the cassowaries. Oh, we're excited. We're excited to get to them cassowaries. Okay. So, last time, okay, I did blueprint this. So I can use my own stuff that I've blueprinted, but one of my core rules is that I can't use a blueprint off of the workshop for this. Alright, so we made a little ATM block. Mr. Bean, what are you doing? Hey! No, no. No, 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 no. 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 Let go. Let go. Back up. No, that is not acceptable. Absolutely no. Hold on, I'll be right back. No trash. Oh, sorry. The cat was getting into wires. That seems to be one of the hard points we are having with him.
Yeah, he's fucking on wire. He's fucking on one of my charging wires.
That he thinks wires are the greatest toys ever. Ever invented. And we've been really battling with him about this. Now, here's the question. Can I? That's 13, 16, 20. Mr. Bean? What? Dude. You just don't know what to get into. Don't necessarily want it back that far. Oh my, what are you doing? Sir! Sir, what? How are you gonna get out of that? You're gonna get stuck there. Are you sure that's a good idea? I'm thinking you're about to have all kinds of regrets in a second. And you're about to crash a whole bunch of stuff to the floor. You're about to break one of my paint plates. Oh, Mr. Bean. Buddy. This isn't a jungle gym. Come on. Some stuff I have fun tacked to my desk because he keeps trying to knock it over. But he's trying to see how high he can get now to mess with stuff. We had the way my desk was set up. We had my tower that sat on a little platform under my desk. He decided that it was so much fun to climb on top of my tower under the desk where I could not get to him and start messing around with all of the wires under there.
No, you are not getting on top of my computer.
Batting at them, trying to bite them.
No.
He's really got a thing for my Bluetooth extender for my headphones. Where he keeps trying to, chew on that and run away with it.
Mr. B, no.
So we've had to find a table to put my tower up on top of because it was so hard to reach under there every minute to 2 minutes and rip him out. And he wasn't taking the hint of, this is not a place for you to do that. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, I had a trash can in between. So now I need to add that in over here. And he just makes it his mission now to figure out what he can get into. I mean, he's maybe 6 months old. Maybe. We ended up fostering him the end of July? Beginning of August, somewhere around in there. I think it was like the very end of July. They had found him on the street. He had been grazed by a car. He was very much like single hand sized kitten. We weren't even sure if he was on solid food. He ate it though.
Yeah.
He ate the wet food, but that went like right through him. So we had to swap to the solid food, which did him a lot better. And he was on all kinds of like antibiotics and this and that, and trying to get him straightened out. So July. So I guess he was born maybe the end of June maybe? His eyes were open and he was moving around. So I don't know, maybe the middle to end of June. If we're gonna be generous. So say June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So he'd be about 7 months old now. Roughly. But he is very much into everything. Okay, so we're gonna add that to your work zone. And I think we're gonna need to add the security to here, because you know, ATMs. Okay. I think that's it for who needed to be added. The way the shadow... Is that crooked? Might just be the way the shadow... I mean, the whole thing itself might be crooked on the platform. But I'm more or less looking at the concrete block there. Okay. We are going to have to landscape all around this guy at some point here, and we need to figure out this. So this was gonna be the centipede. What did I do for the beetles? Because I might just borrow that. Okay, so that was the Twilight Masonry. I think. Yeah, that was the Twilight Masonry, but it was custom colored. So, you know, I got that going. I messed with the colors here. Let's split that. Alright, so the centipedes. Amazonian giant centipede. Alright, so South America. In the Caribbean. Okay, so we can probably get away with that coloration. So let me clear out that. So continent, South Central. Tropical. Okay, so what I'm trying to look at is my rock options here. Ooh. That is the tropical rock. Oh, that's got a bit of a reddish tone to it. Oh, you know what? I had these colored to Taiga. Oof. Alright. Okay. Time to play. Okay. Wait, what color is this? Oh, is that the grout? That might be like the... A little too pink. Eh, that might work. Alright. Brick number 1. I need like more of a... No, that's... Okay, that's not bad. But it's a little deep. So... Oh no, that is too dark. Okay. Like the color has to be here somewhere. Just kind of have to click around to figure it out without... Oh, oh! How's that? I mean... Like, I wanted it slightly different. That's a little too white. I need it like a little bit more. Do I need to be in the oranges instead? So that, well, I mean, like up here is like way too pink, so I mean, it's not bad. I just wish I could like get a little bit more brown into it. Okay, so if I made you not the same color. Like, it's not super... Like, that still feels super red. To be perfectly honest. Maybe I do need to come up into the orange a bit more. Oh. Now that's not bad. What do you think about that, husband? No, as a color match to those rocks. It's not bad.
I think that's close enough to pass.
It's fairly close.
Yeah, I think that's as good as you're gonna get, like, with that way.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm gonna make the shell colors this. And it's hard to see the difference on those, but... Alright, so I'm gonna... Oh, right. Oh, edit. Oh. Why are you your own group now? Why? Okay, well, I have the color. So... Can I just go back in and grab it now? You need to explain to the boy that we're not going. 'Cause he's getting uppity.
Nope. Mexican standoff. Get him. Get him. Alright. We're not going anywhere today. Card's not available. We got you. No, we're not going anywhere.
Headphone warning. The doggo's getting barky.
Not going anywhere. Relax.
Okay. So... If I kind of put you two there. Hang on, I gotta change this lighting. I'm gonna try not to mess with it too much. But we were kind of in shadow. Alright. Yeah, that's not too bad. Mr. Zuzu! Buddy!
Mr. Bean's playing with him.
My goodness.
He's going for his tail.
Hey.
He's gonna get you.
Easy with the barking, my guy. You have a very barky bark. He's a 20-pound, 22-pound corgi mix is what he was supposed to be. He looks more like some kind of weird terrier with corgi colors. And that is him playing with Mr. Bean. That is actually not an angry noise for him. Do I want to set that back? I mean, we could add some pillars to hide that bit there. And then I need another wall piece. There. duplicate you. I mean, can I make that work? Or are you gonna be a flickery? Oh, well, you know what? If your flickering isn't visible, then I don't know if it matters. Alright, so I need a door. I mean, that would... blend that in a bit. The staff should walk through anything that I might sit there. Okay, so we are lined up. There. Okay, so that kind of matches. It doesn't really matter so much on this side. Because nobody's really gonna see that. Alright. Now. How do... I want to... Okay, that's not terrible. I mean, that's not... super great. So that would take some fussing. Let me come back to you about that. So the panels, you can move kind of off the grid. A little bit easier. It's just like a fraction. I guess it's just gonna have to. Well, I mean, that's not terrible. So, what is this? This is the 4x2. Unfortunately, we don't have a 4x1. That would be. That would be awesome. Right, so this is slightly sitting off the edge. Slightly. It's not a huge deal because I can cover that. I'm just trying to figure out. It might be as good as that's gonna get. Whoop, too far. In which case, I need to see if you are being a flickery mess. You can kind of see where they're joined, which is right here. They are overlapping there slightly, but if I shove some moss in that spot, it probably won't be all that noticeable. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So if you wanted like some really skinny slits, you could do something like that. Huh. That's different. I'm sure other people have been doing that for some time. I just didn't really think about it. Okay. Up over here. I'm gonna need you to come to about there-ish, I think. Just a minute. So this one, sorry, phone call that we had to deal with. This one's a little bit more noticeable, but I think once we get like some moss and stuff up there, it won't be too bad. Now here's what I want to look at. This. If we bring this forward. Oh, that's interesting. How far out does that impede our pathway, though? If I double that. Not really. I mean, it's a little weird on this side. But I do prefer that rounded edge there. But if I get rid of that piece, I'm gonna lose the rounded edge at the bottom. You know? How bad are you gonna flicker? Sometimes you have to look at this from a couple different angles. And sometimes I don't see the flicker until like 2 days later. I don't know, should we just leave it squared off? Well, if I do that the whole way, like some pieces it's way more problematic than others. Alright, so since we had to cancel the doggo going to his working park that he likes to bork at, we're gonna go a little bit longer today. Just giving you a heads up. Alright, so if I put that there, I'm gonna need to separate this guy from the group. Not so worried about that gap because I can fill that in. That's not a big deal. Not too bad. I mean, it is coming over a little bit more than I necessarily would like it to. Oh wait, why aren't you? Nope, stop. Rid of that. Okay, there we go. 'Cause I did it wrong, that's why. Okay. Oh, okay, so that is a big old difference on that side. So I'm gonna need something here. Goodness, what? Alright, well, let's just split you from that, because that's the only way you're gonna let me do what I'm trying to do. It's kind of... No, not really, is it? Like, if I can get it straight-ish. Oof, what am I going to put right there? But I just messed up this being somewhat. So that is definitely tagged in a bit. I'm probably gonna have to redo that again here. Because of the way the pathway is. Yeah, that's a pathway issue, not necessarily a me issue. Let me see, what can we stick in here? That is a 1x2, but it is very, very short. Okay, so 4 is going to be our height here. Like, I don't... Let's see how this is gonna... White... slide in here, because then we've got, like, this mess over here. Right, because that's not fully covering that. So in order to make that even remotely work, so that kind of works on that side. The colors aren't right though, so if we went with that there, I need to do something here. What? So this is... Hang on. Let me hold on to that thought. Let me put that thought to the side for a moment. C-E-N-E... Wait. We don't even have a sign? Really? Are you certain that we don't have a sign? Like, are you for sure, for sure, for sure? Okay. Hello, Tommy. How are you? Okay, one thing I would like to see Planet Zoo get a little bit better about for Planet Zoo 2 is having more species signs for the exhibits. Yep, that's huge. Okay. So let me guess. You're gonna look ridiculous there, though. I don't have... a whole lot of options here. I mean, we could leave it recessed, I suppose. What if we... That looks too big. Although... How far out do you have to come to really... I mean, you will be blocking that a little bit, but if we're like evenly blocked, how bad are you sticking out the back? So noticeably. I think I can work with that. Alright, I think I can work with that. Alright, so if I pop that into there. Alright, this guy, he can go. And that guy can go. Alright, so let me click back into here. So we are going just a few minutes later today. Because we're not doing the second park run. Much to The doggo's dismay. Sorry, something made a noise behind me. I was trying to figure that out. Okay, so how bad is that? Alright, I know we have a gap here. Oh, I need it. Is that even possible? Ugh. Maybe. No. Damn it. Okay, so the only way... Okay. I mean, it's not, like, the end of the world there. I can still work with that. It just would have made life easier. So... that piece I'm gonna put there. I did not stick the archway in though. Which we should probably do here. So that way okay, that's a slight issue. Oh, hold on. Those were two different. Those are two different builds. That side that is just slightly off. Alright, so we'll grab these. There we go. Okay. So that's a little bit better there. Now, we do have like the gap up higher, but I'm okay with that being there, I think. Maybe we can put like a basket fern or something up there. I think we're okay there. Okay, so we've got that side. So like the walkway is gonna like ramp up to be even with the walls. So like you're gonna walk up the ramp and then be up here. We're not gonna worry about this gap right now, because I'm gonna hide that. That's why I was color matching the wall to the tropical rocks, so that we can deal with that. That's fine. Oh, we're in an ep break. Of course we are. Okay. So that's fine there. Okay. This guy. I am going to split you. Now. One, two. Okay. So. Not there. Not yet. I might have to take you out of that and put you in free. Rotate here. Maybe. You'd think I was building a real house. Ah. Got you. Alright, that looks fine enough, I guess. Alright, we'll see if it's fine enough here in a second. Edit. Now we'll do it. There we go. Yeah, good enough. Okay. And then I need my archway. Means I'm probably gonna have to recolor this again. Oh no! Good. Good, good. Alright, so hopefully you are doing well, Tommy. Alrighty, now. Now we have to mirror that down here. I still have a bunch of landscaping to do on this end. Like, we still need to clean up the ATM area, but that was kind of dependent on this. Because I wasn't entirely certain how I was planning on handling this yet. This guy. Like, how far out he was gonna come. I don't know if I'm gonna, like, extend this out one more. I probably won't. Like, that might be weird. I mean, if I did anything, maybe a solid wall. I mean, we could do maybe an arrow. Like, pointing up the ramp, but... Let me think about that. While we're fussing over here. Alright. So, this guy. I don't know that I'm going to be able to mirror that very easily. Alright, actually. It's not terrible. Like, it's like slightly... I kind of want to leave it alone. Okay. Now this guy. You're who I'm kind of worried about, but kind of not. at the same time. So you are diving into the wall of the exhibit. How bad was it over here? Was it? It's not. Okay. So you're not doing it to your friend over there. That is probably about as good as I can get you. I don't know if the angle is quite the same in order to get this in here. I feel like we're kind of all sorts of not the same angle. Yeah, because for that to be yeah, it's not quite the same angle. You know what? That's not as recessed as the other one was. Oh, I know. Haha. Will it fit though? That's the next question. Can we make it fit? I don't know. Sometimes these things get real fussy. Really? I mean, how much in the way are you going to be here? Can I not? Can we, like, get some more advanced movement on these things? Because that's annoying. So... they are going where they're going. And they don't want to go anywhere else. So that's fun. I mean, I kind of all sorts of hate that being right there. But like, why can't I change the angle of you and have you keep that? No, you just don't want to cooperate there. I mean, I might not be able to do much about that. That might just be the best place I can put those. You know, maybe we can put some kind of plant or something behind it. I don't know, man. don't know. I just work here. Sometimes. Alright. So if we do that way. Is that like overkill? Yeah, potentially could be. I mean, that's because it's that group. Yeah, okay. Maybe we don't do that. So, we need to clean this up, right? Now, I color matched these. The best that I could. Now, when you do the faux rocks, they never quite look the same. As what you were trying to work with originally. Okay. So, let's see what all we can attempt to do here. Now I might have to go with a different rock and just build outward, which I am fine with. Like, that's okay. Just, you know, so we have something to build upon here. Alright, so if I start out with that, just kind of building up some kind of foundation there. And I won't put the flashlight on here just to try to help us see a little bit better. That. Not gonna lie, that could be better. So let me drop that there. It's that, or we do something with these, but like that's a lot darker. Like a lot. So I'm not... That's incredibly darker. So I'm not real sure how I feel about that. That would mean that we would have to go back to the drawing board there. That is a huge, and I do mean huge, $5 rock. Uh-oh, I hear the kitten. Meow! What are you getting into trouble with now? That's his looking for trouble meow. I know that one well. That's the one he's been waking me up with. Play with me. So I'm gonna bring that up to there. Right, and let's see. It's huge. Okay. Alright, so this guy... Slide you into there. That's not bad. So I'm trying to fill the gap there. So this guy. Like, it doesn't have to be... super smooth and pretty. I just really need it to cover the thing. Where I need it to cover the thing. And, you know, without being too much of a clipping issue. How bad you look out here? Not visible. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. So out here. I think I'd rather have this guy, like, in the back or something. Maybe when we get around to it. So for right now, I'm just gonna pop you there. Our centipede reminder can get, excuse me, removed. We know what's going there now. Okay. This guy. And what color circle you grab to do any spinning adjustments that you might want to do. Will just depend on which way your bit of rock is orientated. Which way it's facing? He might have found a little. Or is attempting to play with Littles. Littles is our female cat that usually doesn't like any of the boys. Except so far for Mr. Bean. I don't know if it's because she's he's closer in age to her. Or if she's trying to just teach him how to cat. I have no idea. I still have this weird bit here. So I might need to bring you over. If I can't do something with the stone. Then we'll have to figure out something else. I mean, that's not bad. I think we can make that work. Yeah, like it's not terrible. Alright, now, big flat guy here. Alright, so we're gonna be doing some spinning and some sinking. So if you are back further, just be mindful that when you're pulling it up that you're not like overtaking your pathway. I think I think the guests will just clip through it. But if it is something that you are concerned about having to deal with, do keep that in mind. Okay, we are essentially building a centipede rock fort. Was this on my list of things to do? Not technically, but that seems to be the way things are working out here today, so. That's a very different. Oh, because it's the mossy. I mean, I can add my own little mossy bits if it comes to that. No, that's... Thank you. My goodness, just let me grab the thing. Alright, let's see, how sunk in we get, oh wait, what is? It's not too bad. Yeah, I just didn't think the twilight base color on the masonry was gonna quite work out for this. So we're definitely... we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Alright. We're gonna need to put some sort of roof on the top of it. I don't know what that's gonna be. We could go with some rock. We could go with our sunshade, however, if I were to do that, because it's a pain in the butt to make, I would probably really only do it on the flatter section here, just so I don't have to deal with the angles. Although this is flat. You are That is true. I didn't angle that purposely. I wonder. So, if I were to grab all of that to here. You know what? Come with me. Not too far. So I would have to modify that a bit. The question is, do we want to colorize it to be the color that we need it to be? Let me think about it. Come back over here. And, I mean, I could do like a glass ceiling over part of it. We could do our shrubbery. Shrubbery is always a good standby for coverage on the walkways. Like how we did over with the bears. Like over here. I just kind of made a half-ass lattice and plopped that on top of it. And that does provide shelter from the rain and stuff. Oh, I could use this as the example. So that's an option. We could do something like this. I'm gonna have to modify it though. I don't think this is the seam width pathway. And that's fine, like that's not a problem. Like, not really. So if we do that there. And we grab this piece. So maybe we... slide this guy. Alright, we're gonna have to angle him. Oh, that's not good. Is there an angle at which you are not quite so obnoxious to deal with? Like, it kind of works. Does it stick out too far? I don't know. I don't know if the guest's feet are gonna clip into that. It's not... Oh, hold on, before I say that. Yeah, that is actually out a little bit further into the pathway. I mean, it's not like super far out though. So if I leave that there, you guys, I know you're on your way to the cassowaries. You know what? Before I do this, it's been a while. I don't think we've saved yet this session, and I did have it crash on me that one time, so I should really be more diligent about saving more often. Okay, your foot touched it, but you didn't necessarily clip it. Okay. Alright. Oh, that's right. A cassowary family. What on earth do they have on their heads? Is that a tree frog hat? It is! Wow. Ma'am, where are you going? What are our thoughts on the cassowaries? I don't know. Do we have thoughts on the cassowaries? You are our first guest to view them. Cassowary from here is quite good. You can really tell they put a medium amount of thought into the planning. Silly man. We didn't really put any thought into it. I do want to slide that forward a little bit though. And there we go. We can grab some of this here. Maybe put that there. Man, I heard one of these for the first time in real life. like not a recording of it, a real one. At the zoo in Tulsa. It was all sorts of crazy sounding. I was like, we were walking around and we hadn't seen them in this particular fenced area before. And him and I are looking at each other. We're like, what the fuck was that? And we're like, I don't know what that was. And we got a bit closer. And we saw them walking closer to the fence, and we're like, oh shit. We didn't know they had them. Oh, you want to know what else is wild to hear? In person? Oh, what the hell is it? The spoonbills. Man, them guys. They're creepy. In like an awesome kind of way. But I'll tell you, I would not want to come face to face with one of those out in the wild in the middle of the night. That would be rather terrifying for me. That's a good-sized rock there. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and we'll re-pause that. Right, I have to leave some kind of space here for my signage. So we can put C is for centipede out front here. That should be fine there. And now from the front, you can't really tell that the walls are floating, so that's good. That's one accomplishment. Mr. Bean and Zuzu are getting rowdy. I'm kind of surprised Zuzu is not more pissy at the moment, since we had to cancel his second outing today. Because mother-in-law needed the husband's car. Well, his mom, I guess, needed his car because her sister had her car. But apparently they both had to go somewhere around the same time, and I'm like, so why were y'all dicking around this morning if you all had something to do and you just assumed we weren't going anywhere? What if we weren't home? Mr. Bean! No! Oh my goodness gracious. We have a curtain that closes off our door, so we don't have an actual closable door to where we are. And there's a string that was hanging off the edge of it. And this cat, this crazy ass cat, just launched himself off the floor to grab this string. And was hanging from the edge of this curtain by his claws while trying to bite the string with his mouth. Fortunately, what we're using for a curtain room divider was corduroy, so it was a bit thicker. If that had been regular fabric, his ass would have shredded that. Without a doubt. I have some more toys that I could give him. In an attempt to occupy him, but they're kind of... What I have left is kind of for Christmas. I'm running out of stuff to give him. Hey! Snuffles doesn't want any of your nonsense. Oh my goodness. Wild Man Bean. He's getting spicy now. So any of the scabs and cuts that you might see on my hands when we're doing the art streams, that's usually gonna be for Mr. Bean lately. He's it's been a little bit crazy. That's not so bad. Okay. Okay, that's looking pretty good there. From this side, at least. We still have to deal with this other side here. Try to... maybe something like that. Just trying to straighten that just a touch. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. I have to make cookies tomorrow. Well, I don't have to, but... I don't know when else I'm going to make them. And I kind of want to do laundry tomorrow, just so I don't have to do it on Christmas Day. Because we kind of need some clothes to be washed there. Alright, so let's see. Let's grab another one of these guys. I was just thinking to myself, you know, I don't remember tilting the little stone logs on this side. That's because I didn't. I used these ones. Yeah, that's probably... fine there. Alright, so let's tilt you. So I'm gonna be making gingerbread tomorrow. Nothing super fancy with it. That's not what I wanted. Who's getting spicy?
Oh, Mr. Beans.
No, with who?
P-Butt.
Oh. P-Butt could use a little spice in his life sometimes. I'm not too worried about that. Alright. Now, this back side here. Let's see what we can do. So again, I don't need it to be like real perfect. I'm just kind of filling the gaps here. And I'm gonna put some more rocks out here in front of it. Just so it doesn't look like it's floating. But back here, I need to wall off our backstage, back of the house. I know that's still there. That's kind of in the way, but for right now, that is just fine. So this is a fence piece. It is colorable. Well, actually, it's not technically a fence piece. Technically, it was in the wall. I think it was in the wall decoration stuff. It was a blue. Well, it was a blue wall mural piece. I have flipped it on its side because I preferred the way it looked. Where do I want you to be? Right, because I need to... Like, now we can either... I guess that depends on if we want to, like, completely wall that piece off. I don't know, something about it, I just kind of preferred the way it looked sideways. It can be a bit of a flickery butt head though. But I liked the way it looked a bit better than some of the other options that we had. And while you do have to play with the flickeriness of it all at times, it's not as bad as it could be. That can go there. Alright, so that might be too... Well, that might be alright. I found it doesn't take a whole lot of fussing to get them to stop flickering, usually. Alright, that's like way too deep there though. Alright. That's actually not flickering. Why? Are we sure you're not flickering? You seem to be behaving. Alright, so that'll just kind of close off that area. Need this guy. I'm gonna have to move this piece here. Actually, is that low enough? That might be low enough. Flashlight's not doing a whole lot for us with the sun in this angle. Okay. Like, I'm okay if that comes into the wall space a little bit. Okay, now what I'm okay if it infringes upon that. Like, that's gonna be back of the house. I don't care so much about that. What I do care about is, are you encroaching on the really? You're not gonna let me do the thing? I guess not. Okay, so what was this? Sent 1. You exhibit animal market. Every time it's on Goliath Beetle, and I don't know why. Oh, hey, we're right here. Nope, 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 nope. Like, it helps it. Oh, it's named Regina. Okay, so I'm gonna type a couple of quick notes into the chat here. 73, 84, and 50. Nope, that's not right. 50 to 84. Okay. Alright, so how many? Oh, really? I am surprised that, like, the largest group size is 2. Ugh, I did not realize that. Okay. Alright, well. I guess we can grab Regina. And we'll grab... You know what? We'll grab Alfredo. I'm not, like, trying to lean too heavy into a breeding program, so... Okay. Now... Huh? Where's the other one? Did I... Oh. I thought I had put you in here too. Okay. Alright, so let's add all of the things to make them happy. Alright. Climate. So what did I say? 73 to 84. Let's go like 79. And humidity was 50 to 84. I guess we can go 70 on that too. Okay. Alright, which is window 1? That is window 1. You know what? What's the 2D facade look like? Alright, you know, I think we'll stick the 2D facade on that window. Window 2? Window 2 is the back one. Yeah, we can do the 3D facade on that one. Window 3, we are going to have window 3 open. So that way when we put these 2 more in the one next to it, it'll look more like one large thing with 2 windows than separate ones. And then this will be, yep, window 4. Okay. Well, now because I had to do that to see what was happening, I need to come into here. I need an... Oh no, wait, we have the educator that we want. I want a keeper. And this guy, guy, should be able to handle all 4 of these. Okay. You have to hit play so the game recognizes them as being hired and integrates them in. So we are going to give you a work zone. So, oh, well, there's work zone. Is this in? That's a little confusing. Was I gonna add a secondary staff room back here? I hadn't decided yet. That's right, I hadn't decided. Why are you going to inspect the cassowaries? They have a keeper. No, you're not going to inspect the cassowaries, sir. And the cassowaries are not your problem. Okay, okay. Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna put that guy there. And we'll get that guy there. Oh right, that's what I was checking for. And I forgot to finish checking for it. Aha. Alright, so you can kind of go to there. Let me just grab the thing over here. Can I turn you over? What do you look like from this end? Oh, that's better. Kind of. That's kind of better. Alright, can I... Oh. Forgot. I'm like, why isn't it moving? What did I do? Okay. So, was that rock sticking in? Oh, ever so slightly. Okay. it's right here. So... Okay. That's better. Alright, so we've got that. We've got that. We kind of... I need you to move. Like, you're just... You're in my way. No. What I didn't want to do was that. Okay, I think... Yeah, that's all of you. I still want to see how you're gonna look, but at the moment... You are in thy way. Just to make my life a little bit easier. Did you know that Epic Games is giving away Hogwarts Legacy for free?
Okay.
They're giving it away for free. Is it doing that bad?
It did not have much lasting power in terms of quality.
I was gonna say, because I don't...
It is problematic.
Okay.
Let me put it that way.
Because...
And not even in, like, the problematic that comes with anything involving J.K. Rowling either.
Okay.
It's problematic, like, on a design level.
Okay, because, I mean, I know Epic gives away some games for free from time to time, but they're not always, like, top sellers, so... Like, my first reaction is
Tommy, if you haven't gotten it before, at one point this upcoming couple weeks, they're supposed to do Red Dead Redemption 2. If you don't have that, I highly recommend it.
Now that's not a bad game.
No, that's a good game. It's at a good point where the people who haven't played it are not going to pay to play it.
Yeah, like, it's old enough, I think, now, right?
Yeah, but it's a high quality game, so...
I just thought I had seen stuff about, or maybe it was you talking about it, where there was just weird stuff that was, like, not working universe-wise in that game. I think that was you that was saying that. They're giving another one free away tomorrow. Like, I have an Epic account. I don't know what my password is. I haven't logged into it in forever. Usually the husband will nudge me and be like, hey, I think you might want this. And
They just haven't had a lot for me to nudge you about.
yeah, like, he usually tells me if there's something on there that he thinks slots into, my genre. I'm glad for those that like Harry Potter. Harry Potter was one thing I was never able to get into. Like, even when it first came out and, Rowling hadn't, shown herself to be quite so problematic of a person. Like, even before that, I just had a really hard time getting into it. Like, getting into the books or anything. It was hard for me to be excited about a book where I couldn't pronounce half the words, so I just wasn't interested. I'm like, meh, okay. But thank you for the heads up in case anybody in the audience is interested. And hey, if you like Harry Potter, don't care about all that, or you're just about the game, not the person, whatever. That's your choice.
Hopefully they'll make a better game for you then, because that wasn't it.
I mean, hopefully they'll come out with something that's a little bit... So was it just not playable, or did it just not make sense?
It wasn't good as a game. there were some very significant flaws
Uh-huh.
in like the general design.
Okay.
It's a functional game,
Uh-huh.
but it is not a good game.
Huh. What's your definition of a good game, though?
One that you would enjoy playing if it wasn't attached to the IP.
Example.
Um,
I'm putting them on the spot now.
yeah, well, you're asking me to basically try to remember all the fucking half-ass shit games that I play and don't remember. Okay, so, here we go. Alright, you remember me and Tyler? We played, Suicide Squad together? You probably don't remember that much.
I remember yelling.
Yes, well,
Okay.
most of the yelling was because of design.
Okay.
Okay? Part of it was IP where they made a story that was really fucking stupid.
Okay.
And keep in mind, these are comics. There's a lot you can get away with in comics. Okay?
Okay.
But some of their design choices were terrible. Like, they had repetitive enemy types.
Okay.
Where there was never anything different. It was always basically like the same of like 5 enemies.
So like just a reskinned.
Yes.
Just for example, so it'd be like going up against. I know this isn't the same universe, but like going up against Cyclops, just like 3 different skinned versions of him.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's a design problem because it makes it a boring game. Their upgrade system was mostly poorly designed. Number go up garbage.
Okay.
Which is a design problem. And that's before even... And that's fair, Tommy. I'm not saying that you can't enjoy the game.
He's a picky bastard, so...
Yeah. But, like, the story was fucking horrendous. Like, it was written by people who don't understand the characters at all. Which is ludicrous for something that's based on, again, comic books where you have plenty of reference.
Sorry, I've got them. To be fair, you're talking about Suicide Squad now.
Yes.
Okay.
Different game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, it had a lot of design problems that made it not fun.
Okay.
Even though, in theory, like, the actual action wasn't too bad.
Oh.
But because they had no other systems to work with it, it was repetitive and boring as fuck. So, yeah.
This is our little centipede port, I guess. Fort Centipede, I suppose, is what we'll be calling this. Yeah, so I mean that was his feelings towards that, but he's also a lot pickier. He plays a lot more, the word I'm looking for. He plays a lot more of a variety of games than I do. I think that's the word I'm looking for. He doesn't seem to have a particular genre that he strictly follows. Trying to see if I can get this in here. It looks like some of it's gonna show. I think I can live with that. Alright, that's not a butterfly though. That is the Amazonian giant centipede. I don't even know if we can see it. There's 2 of them in there somewhere. Supposedly. I don't know how guests are supposed to see them. Oh, wait. Oh, there's one. Oh, those are big. Can you see that from the... No. You can kind of see it. Kind of. Alright. So we're not doing too bad. We won't be finishing it today, but we're not doing too bad. Because we still need to get our roof figured out, and I still need to figure out this. Now, I don't know. I said it didn't bug me all that much. Maybe I should adjust it slightly off the fence, but then it might be sticking out a little far. But I guess as long as the gap is covered, we're fine. Like, I've picked up some stuff free from Epic before. You're a little picky too, like you really enjoy Battle Royale games or games like Apex Legends or Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I'm not really a first-person shooter, so you won't see me playing Fortnite or anything. I did Overwatch 1 a little bit. I was bad at it, but I had fun. So, you know, that's all that really matters for me. But I haven't played that in forever. I liked Hearthstone when it was new. But now that everybody has min-maxed it to hell and back, and like one person that we were friends with, her significant other was the type of person that would like spreadsheet everything to get the most powerful deck they could with certain combinations. And while I understand that's fun for him, it kind of kills it for me just putzing along and relying on dumb luck, because I'll never dumb luck out of that. So I kind of moved on from that. I had a fair number of different cards for Hearthstone, and I did enjoy what I did play of it. So I mean, I've played like the card games, I've done a little bit of first-person shooter. We've done a fair bit of, I guess, the cozy genre with the farming games.
Just me.
I mean, is Planet Zoo considered cozy? I don't know.
Probably. What's up?
I guess more management sim than anything. So we've done a fair bit of that. I mean, I've done Minecraft.
Enough.
I still kind of play Minecraft when I have the time. I did not get very far video editing
No.
last night.
Not just switch targets.
Yeah, switch targets. That's what Mr. Bean does.
Don't just torment the poor old cat laying there, you fucker.
Aw, but that's his favorite thing. You just don't understand. That's what Mr. Bean lives for.
Haha, I saw that coming. I got you. I got you.
Alright. That, I think, might... Is that cutting into... Or is that staying? That might be... Oh, but the foot's not. The foot's not good. The foot's not good. Maybe we can do like a little bit there to try to cover that. I mean, that looks weird, so I'm gonna have to probably rotate that a little bit so it doesn't look quite as... Yeah, like we've done the farmy sims, we've done the managey sims, we've done Minecraft. I've done Slime Rancher. I haven't streamed it, I don't think, but I have done it. We've done like a good number of the managey sims, I guess. We did Honey, I Joined a Cult, which is like cult management. bear and breakfast where you're running your own like hotel-y things. Let's see. Oh, I forgot something vital. That's I need to take care of that. 1 second. You're gonna go there. Okay. Let me hop back over into here. Alright, we did... Why is the exhibit only a... What now? Oh, the temperature just hasn't come up yet. 2 or gone down yet. Alright. That, we did all that. That is working on it. We did that. Okay. So we're gonna manage the population here. We are going to sell them for cash.
I think I owe Tommy an apology.
What?
When I read that last thing that you wrote, Tommy, I thought you said you really enjoy Battle Royale games. And I will admit, I thought less of you at the time, and I apologize.
No, rarely. Rarely. Rarely.
I give shit, but I'm in the same boat. I
can't do the PvP.
Even outside the PvP part.
The PvP is just a big no for me. It's too stressful. Like, I didn't even PvP that much in WoW. And I don't really consider WoW a first-person shooter.
I should hope not, honey.
No.
It's World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
No, it's not a first-person shooter,
well,
honey.
I mean...
In fact, in no way is it a first-person shooter.
I mean... First person... No, I play in third person anyway, so... Some people will play that in like, first person, though.
And those people are fucking crazy.
They are. I could never play that, first person. That would be awful. 73 to 84. We're gonna do, like, 80? Let's go 80. No, 79. I think is what we put the other one at. I think this one we did 70. On the other one? Yeah, no, I can't do all of that PvP stuff. That's... No thanks. I don't need that level of anxiety. I do well enough on my own without the help of that. Alright, we are gonna put you at sell for cash as well. So that way I don't have that stupid message popping up about animals can't be released to the wild or whatever. We are gonna slide this guy over here. Okay, so we've got that, and I left the glass open between them. Right, so, oh right, this is what I was trying to see. It is sticking through a little bit. Alright. So, like, It's not a tremendous... Oh wait, which one is it? It's this. Okay. It's not the one I thought it was. You know what? What happens if I just remove you entirely? Well, I remove you too. How about I grab this? Let's grab our chunky guy. Can chunky guy make this? Make this better? I think chunky guy can make it better. Do I even need you? I mean, the height in there is helpful. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Alright, I got all kinds of bits everywhere that I'm in the middle of using. Okay. Duplicate. Now, do I want it, like, to the side? Or do I want it, like, in the middle? They will probably clip through it. Where are you going? You don't seem to be going anywhere yet. Now, for the exhibits, can we change the food quality? I don't think we can. I think it just is what it is for these guys. Like the habitats you can. Alright, my guy, where are you going? Okay, pause. I'm going to pick you up. I'm gonna drop you back here. I just want to see what you're gonna do. No. You totally didn't do what I wanted you to do. No. I wanted you, like, right here. You, like, teleported through the wall. Okay. Still didn't really do what I wanted you to, but, good enough for now. I guess. Oh, what's the problem now? Oh, that's what you're pissy about. Centipede. I understand that they're too dangerous to handle. Where are you from? South America. Okay. So, you're... Hi, Zuzu. Buddy, we can't go. You need to talk to Dad. Okay? It's not my fault. Alright, we need to find the South America playlist here. Okay. So there's that. And I need to edit a work zone here. I think over the shells themselves, I will probably do some rock bits there. perhaps, just to kind of fit in with the rest of it, I might do some of the same. I could do some of this up there with like the flat flooring, or I could just grab some of these rocks too. Either way. What was I gonna do? Work some. Okay, so is he locked up?
Yes.
Alright, so cassowary. Cassowary talks. Okay, so that's cassowary talk, and we are going to add in this, and we can add in that one, and we can add in that one. Okay. And we're gonna pause there for today. Sorry we didn't get more done, but you know, I got to talking earlier and wasn't fully paying attention into here. But we got these guys all sorted out and looking fairly happy. And we got our sign put in. We added a solar panel back here. We got some work zones sorted. We did some landscaping out in here and here and here. We got our signboards up there. And then we began the painstaking task of figuring out these guys. And we also popped in a ATM spot. We still need to landscape out the ATM spot. But I think we're off to a good start in this section. Have a good night. And when we come back next week, we will finish up our centipede exhibit area. I still need to finish off the back of the foundation. And we'll still need to finish trimming out the rocks here, add those 2 sets of centipedes in there, and figure out how we're handling the roof over this area and landscape it. And I think I'm going to add, and I said I was on the fence about it, but I think I am going to do it. I think I'm going to add an information booth over here because we don't have one over here yet. Closest one to here would probably be actually in the bat cave, maybe, but they've got a bit of distance to go from there to here, so we'll pop one here and maybe another bathroom, because we're a little bit away from the other bathroom that's all the way over there. DLC? I'm confused what you mean. I mean, I have all of the DLCs. I'm not working on a specific one right now. Oh, I haven't made the park downloadable. Not yet. And I'm not using anything from the workshop. My building can be a little janky at times. I'm not sure if I'm going to put it on the workshop. We'll see when we get further. If I do that, it wouldn't be until the zoo's completely finished. We've got a long ways to go. We're still up in this corner here, so this is the zoomed out version bit here. So I have to figure out how I'm gonna get my crocodiles worked in here and all that. Oh, you meant all the DLC? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I have all of the DLCs up to this point. But no, we have we have all of the DLCs that Frontier has put out for Planet Zoo, to my knowledge. To my knowledge, I believe we grabbed them all. But we will pick things back up in here next Wednesday. I do plan on streaming on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day we won't be. I'm gonna be busy doing cooking and all that. Oh, nice. I do recommend it. They are fun. And I'm really excited for Planet Zoo 2 now. It's supposed to come out sometime next year. We don't have a date yet. They had just sent out a survey for what people wanted to see the most. What was the most important to them. So I guess so that they can gauge on how they want to stage things being made available. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with that. But I am excited for that now. And we are not doing an extra stream this week. We might have to run a couple errands tomorrow. I've got house chores to do. I've got cookies to make. I'm going to be busy. Plus, I'm still video editing. I started the next set of 20 videos for the tissue paper project. I am currently on video 121 video clip out of 181, something like that. I think I'm calling it 180 because one of the video clips was corrupted and I couldn't use it at all. But we'll see how it goes. I don't have that many short clips in the section I'm editing now. I think the shortest one might be an hour. I'm working on one that's an hour and 20 minutes at the moment. I think I've got like 35 minutes left in the one I'm working on. I didn't get much done last night because life happened after dinner and I got busy. So, but we'll see what I can get done over the weekend. I also need to get some more Little Known Galaxy recorded for the YouTube channel. And I have to get edited what I have so far because what I have up scheduled won't take me too far. So I'm going to be busy this weekend. Hopefully I can get stuff done. We'll see how much Mr. Bean lets me get things done. But I will see everybody on Sunday for Moonstone Island. If I don't see you again, enjoy your holidays, whichever you're celebrating. And I will see everybody on Sunday. Don't forget to follow socially links down below. Those will take you to the Ko-fi. For those that don't want to support the channel through Twitch, there is the Blue Sky, which is similar to X/Twitter. And there is the link to the YouTube channel there as well. And until next time, you guys, have a good one.